Welcome, race fans, back to the oldest micro sprint track in the United States, Coles County Speedway, located here in Mattoon, Illinois. I'm Casey, and I'll guide you through tonight's racing action. The vintage sprint cars return tonight as we get amazing action with them, along with the mod lights and micros. Action kicking off tonight with the class you see on the racetrack right now. It's the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros in hot laps. Taking a look over the inches of turn number 3, you'll find the number 7F and Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois. Behind him, the white and black 456 of J.R. Carter from Charleston, Illinois. Seth Buell's number 2X from Charleston, Illinois will head off into turn number 1. The orange and blue number 47 underneath the Worldwide Technology Raceway playoff sign. That car is being driven by Clay Frederick from St. Joseph, Illinois, the number 47. Green flag coming for the first hot lap in the session of the day as they come back around through turns 3 and 4. Two more other cars out there on the racetrack. The number 9, Landon Beckwith from Roanoke, Illinois. He heads off into turn number 1 in his black number 9. And the black number 34, the other car out on the racetrack, is Gavin Bean from Dana, Indiana. First lap's coming across the line here in the 11-second range. Nobody's finding the pace here early on. Go into the 10-second range. Clay Frederick's fastest lap, number 1. Very tight pack here. Nolan Bartley into the first driver into the 10-second range as they come back to the white flag. Checkered flag waves for the 34, Gavin Bean. He does not improve on lap number 2. Everybody else coming across the stripe and seeing no further improvements for this first group of hot lap sessions. Nolan Bartley top of the charts with a 10.848. Clay Frederick second with an 11.0. Gavin Bean's time just went to the top of the charts, 11.015. He goes second overall. Clay Frederick third overall, 11.045. 13 total entries, so going to have at least one more session of these Cleveland Grain non-wing micros. Group number 2 coming out onto the racetrack. They're led out by the 51B of Parker Bupp from Fairland, Indiana. In the middle of turns 1 and 2, it's the number 10, Daniel Robinson from Benton, Illinois. Off of turn number 2, it's the 63, Clayton Apple from Oakland, Illinois. On his back bumper, the 4R, Cameron Romack from Ashmore, Illinois. They're going to come to the green flag. Looks like this is going to make up the rest of them as they come back to the green. See no more non-wing micros back there in the staging area. Also on the racetrack, the 21 machine of Sam Morthenland from West Frankfort, Illinois. His first time here at the racetrack. White flag coming for the first complete lap for these drivers. See who goes towards the top. Nobody does really that great of a first lap. Timing and scoring seeming not to pick it up. Quite a few drivers. The 21 of Sam Morthland goes fourth overall, but into the infield, and lap number 2, and with that checkered flag will come across. And that looks like that will complete hot laps for these Cleveland Grain System non-wing micros. A lot of them appear to have some transponder issues, so didn't get a good idea of who was fast in that second group, but out of the first group, it was Nolan Bartley who takes quick time at 10.848, Gavin Bean second, Clay Frederick third. Next group up, going to be the high caliber graphic junior sprints. 9 total entries tonight for the juniors. Be just a moment as we get my race pass all sorted out up here in the tower. And with that, they will roll out onto the racetrack for their first hot lap session. It looks like it will be two groups? No, we're going to do it in one group. First car out, the D52 of Joe Bonowitz. He heads off into turn number 1 from Oakland, Illinois. Behind him, the number 7 of Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois. Third in line off turn number 2, the 1Z of Xander LaRose from Festus, Missouri. Behind him, the number 57 of Nolan Leone from Mahomet, Illinois. They'll come across to the green flag to set down their first time laps of the day. These junior sprints right down on the bottom of the racetrack. See who's going to throw down a good first lap if my race pass cooperates. One car into the infield. It's the black number 21 of Riker Toops from Alexis, Illinois. Not into a safe spot. We'll keep it green, it looks like, as a checkered flag will come out. Didn't really get a good idea who was fast here early on, but looks like LaRose pulled away from Leone just a little bit. Barnard pulled away from Newton as well in that little battle behind them. He had about a 6-car pack that you could have gotten an idea of what the pace was going to be between those cars. And everybody else was a little bit too spread apart to get a good idea who was going to be fast. Up next is the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. We'll have 13 entries tonight. It'll be just a moment here as one of the junior sprints going to head up over the scales, make sure his car meets minimum weight requirements. There's going to be a further couple moments as track safety crew will get the 21 of Riker Toops off the racetrack. So his car has some sort of terminal issue here early on tonight. His car headed up on the hook extremely early in the night. Not what you're wanting to see if you're the crew of the number 21. Hopefully the issue isn't too bad and they can get it fixed and they can be right on back out here for the heat races later on. So Riker Toops will take the journey back to the pit area with his car. Unfortunate situation for the Toops crew early on in the night. As I mentioned just a few moments ago, up next, the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. And with that, they're waved on to the racetrack. First car on, it's the 95M of Noah Mell. Second car out onto the racetrack, you'll find him. That's the number 25T. I believe that's Tyler Taylor, but I also believe the 88 is Tyler Taylor, so we're going to have to determine which one he is driving. Or excuse me, the 88 on the racetrack would be Billy Lieb. Noah Mell's car coming to a stop over there in turn 3. He's from Fairland, Indiana. So it seems like we might be going out of order. This appears to be the Spartan Transportation A-Class wings on the racetrack. So we'll take a look just past the flag stand. You'll find the 359 of Drake Stanley from Alexis, Illinois. The 25T being driven by Tyler Taylor from Danville, Illinois, as they'll look to come to the green flag here in just a moment. Mentioned before, Noah Mel's the number 95. Billy Lieb, the number 88. Also on the racetrack, the 07 Audra Cowden from Terre Haute, Indiana, will be looking for the green flag. It will not go to the 81 of Braxton Flatt from Monmouth, Illinois, but everybody will work their way through past the flag stand. Another car out on the racetrack, the number 95, G of Gunnar Griffin from Ashland, Missouri. And one final car that's out there, the number 7D of Zach Dowler from Laumie, Illinois. With that white flag coming up here on the first couple laps. Again, transponders not seeming to be cooperating here. 10-6 being thrown down by Gunnar Griffin. Only 2 cars being scored. Mel's car falling off the pace again as he heads off into turn number 1. The caution will come out, and that'll end hot laps. But Mel's car, after stalling early on, is going to stall again right at the end of the session. Hopefully the issue isn't too bad for Noah Mel, and he can get whatever issue he's having fixed back down there in the pit area. But we're going to take another moment here as one car going to head up over the scales. It's the 81 of Braxton Flatt. Now up next will be the dirty right rear restricted micros. Caution flag will come back out, as that will bring out the dirty right rear restricted micros. Leading them off, it's the 55. Got to see who's in that car tonight. Not showing on my race pass. I believe that's Cameron Jacobs. But behind him will be the 10M. That'd be, I believe, Mackenzie Meany. They'll come to the green flag here. And they will hopefully have the transponder issue all sorted out. And we can get them going here early on tonight. They'll come to the white flag. We're going to try to take a look here, see who's fast early on. One of the new ones into the outside wall of turn number 2. He keeps it all gathered up. Will stay green. But it looks like, yeah, black number 40, it'd be Devin Feger. He's pretty quick early on. He always is fast here at Coles County Speedway. Already made a pass past one of the Newton cars. Be the 19 of Luke Newton he made that pass on. So we are going to do it in 2 groups. So a second group of these restrictors will come out onto the racetrack. Group number 2 will be led out by the 1K of Mackenzie Dowler from Springfield, Illinois. Behind her, the 53 of Natalie Hubbard from Benton, Illinois. On the entry to turn number 1, it's the 49 of Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois. Colton Vogel's number 14V from Buffalo, Illinois will pass underneath the Lakeland College scoreboard on the entry to turn number 3. With that, green flag will wave here on session number 2 for the dirty right rear restricted micros. Again, timing and scoring uncooperative at the moment. I've been having internet issues all day. Hopefully we can get that resolved relatively quickly and we can get you some live timing. The white flag coming out already. Everybody looking pretty equal here early on. And Grayson Graham, one of those cars to watch, not really reeling down the 53 and Natalie Hubbard out in front of him. The exit turn number 2, they'll come to the checkered flag right here, but I just did not see any pace from Grayson Graham. Maybe got a little bit right there on Natalie Hubbard. But it didn't look a whole lot. This group looked real equal. And it looks like timing and scoring did come alive. Their quick time goes to a 10.939 for Landon Miner. Ezra Green right there with him. And Grayson Graham was 3rd overall. Up next is the Outlaw Wing Cars for their hot laps. So it looks like there will be, or excuse me, we're going to have one more group for 30 right rear restricted micros. They'll come to the green flag, it looks like, as they come off turn number 4. We'll see who gets the control. It looks like it'll be the 71M of Lydia May. She's from Terre Haute, Indiana. She'll come to the green. Second car to the green will be the 22 of Dalton Clary. He's from Marine, Illinois. Also out there, the 79H of Kinzer Holloway from Paris, Illinois. Off turn 2 is the 21 of Riker Tubes from Alexis, Illinois, doing double duty tonight. Heading off into turn number 3, the 42 of Jackson Burrs from Johnson City, Illinois. And last car on the racetrack, the 11R of Riley Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois. See if any of these drivers can go towards the top of the charts here on this second session. Doesn't look like the paces here out of this group. And with that, the checkered flag will wave, and that will do it for this group. Lydia May goes second overall with a 10.943. The top 7 separated by less than a tenth here in hot laps for the dirty right rear restricted micros. Going to be a tight field tonight for these dirty right rear restricted micros as they head on to the heat races and the features later on. Out onto the racetrack comes the Outlaw Wings. There are 5 entries tonight. The 14B of Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois leads them off into turn number 1. Just past the flag stand, it's the 10J of Tracy Henson from DeSoto, Missouri. Entry to turn number 1, the blue and black number 21 of Sam Morthland from West Frankfort, Illinois. They'll come to the green. Last car on the racetrack, the 00 of Brendan Healy from Marshall, Illinois. One car in the fence here at the drop of the green flag. It's the 14B. That's Nolan Bartley. He kept it right up against the outside wall. I don't know if something was broken for Nolan or what. Didn't see what happened when he came to the green. It was definitely up against that outside wall as he went through turn number 1. That track crew will look over Nolan Bartley's car, inspecting the damage to the right side of the 14B. Hopefully it isn't too bad. But unfortunately it does sound like they do need the hook, so something significant broken for Nolan Bartley here before he even completes one lap at hot laps. And with that, he heads back to the pit area on the hook. So while the track crew gets Nolan Bartley's car up on the hook and back to the pit area, make sure you visit the Turn 4 Cafe tonight, located at the north end of the facility, to get all the food and drinks you might need during tonight's racing events. You can enjoy all your favorite drink products along with your favorite Butch's Pizza. Make sure you visit the Turn 4 Cafe during the racing action every week for any food and drink you might need. And with Bartley's car into the infield, we'll head to the green flag here for the one and only session for the Outlaw Wings. They'll pass by the transponder light. They will get the green flag, their first time laps across the line. It'll be a 10.8 for Trace Henson. Sam Morthland goes to the top with a 10.449. White flag coming this time for the Outlaw Wings Hot Laps. Checkered flag waving, see if anybody can improve on lap number 2. Mortonland does so, does Brendan Healy, who goes to the top of the charts. Can Hinson do it? Yes, he can. A 10.351 on his final lap. Tracy Hinson goes to the top of the charts and takes quick time on the Outlaw Wing Hot Laps. Brendan Healy second with a 10.418, and Sam Mortonland will throw down a 10.449 to go third overall. Nolan Bartley didn't take a time after mechanical issues, and Clay Frederick did not come out onto the racetrack.
Thank you, ladies.
Up next, it's the Mod Lights. 12 entries for the Mod Lights tonight. They'll be let out by the U2 of Danny Jolly from Christopher, Illinois. Behind him, the 93J of J.R. Wiltermuth from Windsor, Illinois. The number 5 of Corey Stephenson from Marion, Illinois will head off into turn number 1. They'll come to the green flag. One of the other cars out on the racetrack. He'll exit turn number 2. It's the number 8 of Dylan Nager from Festus, Missouri. The 171 of Brendan Freeberg from Metamora, Illinois, off turn number 4 to the green flag. And the last car out onto the racetrack, the number 2 of Jeff Herzog from Festus, Missouri. He's got Danny Jolly all over his back bumper. Not going to be the lap times Danny Jolly or Wiltermuth want as they head through turns number 1 and 2. Looks like they're not going to get any clean air, and they will not have any good times. Those are 2 faster cars we see every single week here with these Mod Lights. Checkered flag will fly for Corey Stephenson. He goes top of the charts, 11.698. Can these 2 cars that are stuck in traffic over here improve on lap number 2? I don't think they're going to be able to. They'll come across the line. Not quite, but you know who does? The 171 of Brendan Freeberg. He'll go to the top of the charts at the end of the session. 11.561, the time to beat for the Mod Lights. Corey Stephenson second, and in third, it'll be Dylan Nager. So 6 of the 12 entries have already taken a lap time, so we will do one more session here for the Mod Lights. Track crew down there talking to Jeff Herzog, seeing what his issue on his car is, and he does get it refired, it looks like. He's going to sit there and let this second group complete their hot laps, though. It looks like, oh, maybe they'll send him off. Leading them off, it's the 7W, the yellow 7W, I should say. It's Dustin Wiltermuth from Windsor, Illinois. Behind him, the 2D of Josh Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois. Heading off into turn number 3, I believe that's the 07 of Matthew Filkins from West Frankfort, Illinois. Behind him, the 46 of Ralph Halloran from Murkytown, Illinois. Just passing underneath the flag stand, it's the 44 of Bill Ashbury from DuQuoin, Illinois. The last car on the racetrack, the 15 of Jimmy Arthur from Mitchell, Indiana. And it looks like the 2 of Jeff Herzog going to join this group as well, see if he has his issue all sorted out. With that, green flag will come here on the second Mod Light Hot Laps. Everybody heads off into turn number 1. You already see differing lines. Jimmy Arthur going down towards the bottom side of the racetrack. A lot of drivers joining him down there as they go through turn 1 for the first time. A couple of guys trying out that higher groove, but I don't think it's going to be run in just yet. Matthew Filkins, top of the charts, 11.527 on his first lap. Take a look for the 0.7. He heads past the flag stand. That looked to be a really good time, and it was an improvement again. Wasn't by much, but he did improve on that second lap. And with that, that'll do it for the hot laps, it looks like, here for the Mod Lights. Matthew Filkins, top of the charts with an 11.382. Brendan Freeberg, second, 11.561. Corey Stephenson, third, 11.698. Looks like we have one final group of hot laps, and it's not just hot laps, it's hot laps in qualifying coming up here in just a moment. It's the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars. I can see them down there getting all ready down there by the staging area over in turn number 4. Only 5 vintage sprint cars with us tonight. Race teams down there in the staging area wait on the command to bring these vintage sprint cars out on the racetrack. And with that, here they come out onto the racetrack. First car pushed on. It's the number 72 of Jarrett Thomas from Paxton, Illinois. Just past the flag stand, the number 11 is Scott Plew from Hudsonville, Illinois. Just before the flag stand, the number 55, the orange 55, is Trace Mailer from Oblong, Illinois. Also on the racetrack, the red number 25V of Brent Morley from Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. We do have one final car. Doesn't look like he made it. to the staging area in time. That would be the number 8 of Ron Fox from Jasonville, Indiana. We'll see if he gets a little extra time to bring his car out onto the racetrack. Looks like he will. He might actually be down there in the staging area. Just need a little extra time. Need to find someone else to help push him, and he does. So all 5 Midwest Throwback Sprint cars out onto the racetrack. Of course, no onboard starters, so they do need a little bit of assistance from our track crew before we get them going. Then they will take a couple extra laps to build some engine heat before we drop the green flag on them. And when they get the command, they're going to fire engines on these vintage sprint cars. So it looks like Scott Plube's going to be the last one to get fired off. He's still needing a little bit of help, and he does get it. And with that, all the vintage sprint cars fired up on the racetrack, ready to go for their hot lap and qualifying session. As I mentioned before, it's going to be just a few extra laps here, make sure they build enough engine heat. So track crew looking for a thumbs up or a thumbs down from the drivers, seeing if they're ready to go or not. I'll give them a couple extra laps. Ron Fox says a no. You can see that as he passed the flag stand. So while we wait for the thumbs up from the drivers, one of the great ways to get your kids involved with the Speedway every week is the Turn 4 Kids Club. Kids who join the Turn 4 Kids Club gets free admission all season, a free bag of popcorn or popsicle each week, along with getting the opportunity to participate in Kid Club activities all year long at the Speedway. Whoever gets the most punches on their Turn 4 Kids Club card is entered for a special surprise at the end of the racing season. The best part is the Turn 4 Kids Club is completely free to join. So grab a packet at the general admission window and get your kids signed up for the Turn 4 Kids Club tonight. Scott Blue still says no. See him as he passed through turns 3 and 4. Mailer looks like he might be ready to go. He slid his car through turn 4 a little bit right there. Yeah, Mailer looks ready to go. I can hear him. He's ready. He wants to go. See Scott Blue still checking out his dash as he goes past the front stretch every single time, seeing something he's not liking under the hood for that number 11. Looks like Scott Blue is still the only driver that says he's not ready. Yeah, it looks like everybody else in this 4-car pack looks like saying they're ready. So Scott Blue, the only one not ready at the moment. Yeah, I've seen these guys in that 4-car pack through turns 1 and 2. They're sliding their cars, seeing as they're ready to go. And with that, they've got the command. They are ready to go. Scott Blue looked like he was ready that last time by. So, after a bit of a long delay there, we are ready to go. Midwest Throwback Sprint Car qualifying here at Coles County Speedway. Control will be, it looks like the number 11 is Scott Blue. In fact, it may be the 55 of Trace Mailer. Let's see who the control is. Our flagman, John Shipman, already has an idea of who he wants. And yeah, that's going to be Scott Blue. Green flag is out as they come through turns 3 and 4 for the qualifying session. Green flag is waving. Blue up towards the middle part of the racetrack. Everybody else down on the bottom as they head back into turn number 1. Blue transitions down to the bottom. Mailer goes up a little bit. Same deal for the cars behind him. Starting seeing different lines early on here in this session. Blue's first lap at 11.242. Mailer 11.1. No one else goes faster than those two. They'll come to the white flag this time. Checkered flag waits for Blue. No improvement on lap number 2 for Scott Blue. Checkered flag will wait for the rest of them as they come by. No improvement for Mailer. See if anybody else can improve on lap number 2. Ron Fox might be the only one as he comes back across the stripe, and no one improves on lap number 2. Trace Mailer quick time with an 11.122. Scott Blue second, 11.242. Brent Morley third, 11.613. Jarrett Thomas fourth. Ron Fox fifth. And with that, that will conclude a hot laps for tonight here at Coles County Speedway. At the end of the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars qualifying. Up next, it'll be the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros kicking us off on the heat racing for tonight. But it will be just a moment before we head to opening ceremonies here at Coles County Speedway. Race fans here at the racetrack, at this time, if you could please rise and remove your hats if able, and turn your attention towards turns 1 and 2 for the playing of our national anthem.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular amongst birds singing a gay through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Eight-lap heats tonight. The first group up going to be the Cleveland Grain non-wing micros. 7 of them going to make up heat race number 1. In heat race number 2, there is going to be 6 of them. So the Cleveland Grain non-wing micros heat race number 1 making their way to the staging area at this time. Cleveland Grain Systems is the proud sponsor of the non-wing micro class here at Coles County Speedway. Cleveland Grain Systems is Central Illinois' elite grain equipment dealer, and Cleveland Grain Systems sells and designs grain handling systems while also offering replacement and equipment for existing facilities and expanding operations. If you need anything involving grain handling systems, make sure you check out Cleveland Grain Systems here in Central Illinois. while the drivers made their way to the staging area, we'll go ahead and give you the starting lineup for the Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micros Heat Race number 1. On the pole in the number 21 machine from West Frankfort, Illinois, it's Sam Morthland. Alongside him on the outside front row, it's Gavin Bean from Dana, Indiana, and his number 34. Starting third, it's Dustin Galbraith from Charleston, Illinois, in the number 38. Alongside him, making it an all-Charleston, Illinois row, it's Seth Buell and his number 2X. Riding out the top 5, we'll find Clay Frederick from St. Joseph, Illinois, and his number 47. And alongside him, in car number 10, it's Daniel Robinson from Benton, Illinois. And starting in at the tail end of the field from Roanoke, Illinois, it's Landon Beckwith from the number 9 in starting position number 7. And with that, they've gotten the command to come out onto the racetrack from our flagman, John Shipman, and they should be ready to go once they get out onto the racetrack. So they're out onto the racetrack. They've received the 1-to-go signal, and they head off into turn number 1. And with that, caution lights go out around the facility for the first time tonight in a heat race. Daniel Robinson is starting all the way at the tail of the outside row, already trying to think about that move he wants to make, headed off into turn number 1. You can see him fading up towards the top. But as they pass underneath the Lakeland College scoreboard into turn number 3, it's Sam Morthland and Gavin Bean with control of this field. They'll come to the start cone over in turn number 4. They're on the gas. We are green on heat race number 1 for the Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micros into turn number 1. It's the 21 of Sam Morthland taking advantage. Daniel Robinson goes to the high side. He's going to try to go 3 wide top around as he goes through turns 3 and 4. Morthland leads lap number 1. Bean in second. The outside lane isn't there for Robinson. He's going to work back down towards the middle part of the racetrack as they complete lap number 1. Galbraith fading back as well as Buell's starting to make his way forward on the back bumper of the 34, Gavin Bean. Robinson still trying to make that high side work. He's going to cross over Clay Frederick through turns 1 and 2. He's going to go on by for 4th. Out in front still, the number 21 of Morthland. Single file now goes this first heat race for the Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micros. Dustin Galbraith fading back into the 6th position, it looks like, as they come back across the stripe at the halfway point. Gavin Bean running second, but third place, Seth Buell has Daniel Robinson all over his back bumper. They'll come back through turns 3 and 4. They're side by side at the line, and Robinson will go through as they go through turn number 1. Buell tries to fight back to the inside, but no opportunity for him as they complete lap number 6. It's Sam Morthland who's been leading the way flag to flag. It looks like that's how this one's going to go. He's got himself a half a second advantage over second place Gavin Bean. They'll come to the white flag this time, waving for Sam Morthland. They head through turns 1 and 2 for the final time. Daniel Robinson slides through for second on Gavin Bean. That was a heroic move from Robinson. With that, checkered flag will fly for Sam Morthland, your Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micro Heat Race number 1 winner. Robinson going from 6th to 2nd in that heat race. Great race for him. Third place was Gavin Bean. 4th, Seth Buell. 5th, Clay Frederick. 6th goes to Landon Beckwith. 7th will go to Dustin Galbraith. And finally, 7th will go, switch to 2. Landon Beckwith finished 7th. And Dustin Galbraith's number 38 finished 6th. His transponder was not picked up by timing and scoring, it looks like. Coming up here for heat race number 2, the Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micros. On the pole, it's J.R. Carter from Charleston, Illinois, and his number 456. Clayton Apple starts alongside him from Oakland, Illinois, and his number 63. Cameron Romack from Ashmore, Illinois, the number 4R, starts 3rd with Danny Hayes to his outside in the 4th starting position in car 211 from Charleston, Illinois. Parker Brutt from Fairland, Indiana, and the 51Bs on the inside of row number 3. Noah Bartley alongside him in the 6th and final starting position from Hammond, Illinois, in his number 7F. This is going to be your second Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micro Heat Race. With that, they've got command to come out onto the racetrack, and they will. With that, they'll head through turn number 1, and the caution lights will turn off around the facility as they have received the 1-to-go signal. Looks like all 6 cars have been picked up by the transponder this time, so we should have live timing for the entirety of this one. J.R. Carter, Clayton Apple going to be the front row as they come to the start cone. They're on the gas. We are green. It's going to be a good jump for Cameron Romack, who's thought about sitting at 3 wide on the bottom down there as they headed off into turn number 1, but through the whole shot off turn number 2. It's a 63 of Clayton Apple to the lead as they come back through turns 3 and 4. It's the 63 on point. J.R. Carter falls back to second. Romack holding on to that third spot. The 211 and Danny Hayes up to fourth. He's held that fourth position off the initial start. Now he's trying to go to the outside of Cameron Romack as they head back into turns number 1 and 2. Parker Bupp has Nolan Bartley all over his back bumper as they go through turns 1 and 2 as well behind them. Bartley on the inside, Bupp on the outside as they come back through turns 3 and 4. Romack throws the block on Danny Hayes as they head through turns number 1 and 2 once again. Hayes really trying to get to the inside. Bupp gets sideways off turn number 2. Halfway point for this heat race as Clayton Apple completes lap number 4. J.R. Carter still in second. Romack still holding off the 211 of Danny Hayes and the 7F of Nolan Bartley as Bartley finally clears the 51B of Parker Bupp. Romack trying to get him single file out behind him. Danny Hayes still trying to rip that top. He's going to get a good run here through turns 1 and 2. He's alongside as they come back through turns 3 and 4. Danny Hayes going to pinch Romack down towards the bottom of the racetrack as they come off 4, and Hayes will be clear as they go through turns 1 and 2 this time. Bartley going to try to follow him through on the outside, but this time, white flag coming for Clayton Apple as he comes off turn number 4. He takes it with a 1.5 second advantage over second place. J.R. Carter, they go through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. They're 3 wide for third behind them. Checkered flag waving for Clayton Apple is going to take the second heat race win for the Non-Wing Micros, sponsored by Cleveland Grain Systems. Clayton Apple, your winner here on heat race number 2 for the Cleveland Grain Systems Non-Wing Micros. J.R. Carter second. Danny Hayes just barely beating Cameron Romack there on the line for third. Romack fourth. Nolan Bartley fifth. Parker Bupp sixth. Up next is the high caliber graphic junior sprints. On the pole for the first high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race, it's Eli Newton from Farmerburg, Indiana, and his number 18. Alongside him, it's Xander LaRose from Festus, Missouri, in the 1Z. In third, it'll be the 10M of Madison Meany from Terre Haute, Indiana. In fourth, it'll be Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois, and his number 7. And starting in fifth in the final starting position, it's Presley Hall from Des Lodge, Missouri, and her number 25P. This is your high caliber graphic junior sprints heat race number 1. Will be just a moment before we get these high caliber graphic junior sprints out onto the racetrack. And with that, command has been given to these high caliber graphic junior sprints. They're out onto the racetrack for heat race number 1. All 5 of them did make it out onto the racetrack, and with that, the caution lights will turn off around the facility as they exit turn number 2. Looks like the start will be waved off. The 18 Eli Newton gotten a little bit too far out in front. So they will give him a warning, and they stack it up to do it again. And with that, this start attempt looking a little bit more organized. It's Eli Newton and Xander LaRose. They'll come to the green flag. We got contact off the initial start. The number 7 of Grayson Graham making some contact with the 25P and a couple of cars around him, the 10M as well. Madison Meany involved, along with the 25P I mentioned, Presley Hall. Caution will come out for Grayson Graham, it looks like. So no laps officially complete. We'll stack them back up and try it again. Track crew issuing that warning once again to Eli Newton. He's got to slow down the pace just a little bit more. That caution lights should turn off around the racetrack as they head towards the start cone over in turn number 4 this time. No, they won't. The caution will be waved again, and it will be waved off. So the caution will continue to be waved here as we are looking at a potential transponder issue for one of the cars. Didn't quite catch who it was. It looks like they got it all sorted out. With that, the caution lights will turn off around the facility, and they will go back at it again for another start attempt. Here on the first High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race, they're on the gas. We are green. It'll be a good jump here for that outside lane. Their nose tail as they head off into turns number 1 and 2. But it's a great jump there for Madison Meany, who jumps into second. But quickly, Grayson Graham taking advantage to the inside as they come off turn number 4. Graham trying to take that second spot away. A little bit of contact. No dice there for Grayson Graham. 1 lap complete for Eli Newton out in front of this field. Madison Meany running second at the time. Third place, Grayson Graham. As I mentioned, transponder issue for that car. 2 laps complete on this first High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race. Graham still trying to chase down the 10M of Madison Meany out in front of him for that second position as Eli Newton trying to pull away from him. They complete the halfway mark. 4 laps down, 4 to go here on the first High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race. Off turn 4, still at number 7, Grayson Graham cannot find a hole in the defense of the 10M of Madison Meany. There looked to be a good passing opportunity down there as they headed through turns 1 and 2. Meany may have gotten up a little bit higher on entry than she would have preferred. Hall will go past LaRose for the 4th position. Neither one of those RS12 Motorsport cars having the pace tonight, it looks like. White flag waving this time for the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race number 1. It's Eli Newton headed off into turn number 1 with the lead. Second place still going on to that battle between Madison Meany and Grayson Graham. One more shot for Graham as they come into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. But checkered flag will wave for Eli Newton, taking the first High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race win. Second place would go to Madison Meany. Third will go to Grayson Graham. Fourth is going to be Presley Hall. Fifth, Xander LaRose. Four cars going to make up the field for the second High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint Heat Race. On the pole, it'll be the 21 of Riker Toops from Alexis, Illinois. Alongside him, it's the D52 of Joe Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois. Starting third will be Case Barnard from Dawson, Illinois in the 25B. And starting fourth, it's Nolan Leone from Muhammad, Illinois in his number 57. Well, that heat race number 2 getting the okay to come out onto the racetrack, and with that, they are on the racetrack. Looks like Riker Tubes not going to make it out onto the racetrack. So they're going to give an extra lap here to see if Riker Tubes has his issue sorted out earlier from tonight. So with that, it sounds like the caution lights will turn off around the racetrack, and with that, the one-to-go signal has been given. The new front row will be made up of Case Barnard and Joe Bonowitz. Nolan Leone falling in line behind them in third. They head towards the start cone over in turn at number 4. They're on the gas. We're green on the second high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race number 2. Joe Bonowitz tried to get a good jump there on the outside groove. Didn't get it. Barnard took the lead away through turns 1 and 2, but it will be Bonowitz through turns 3 and 4 trying to take it away at the line. The first lap will go to Barnard. 0.06 of a second the gap at the line. It's a complete lap number 1. Nolan Leone sitting back in third watching this battle out in front of him. As Case Barnard trying to pull away from Joe Bonowitz behind him. He pulled 0.3 that last lap. Single file for this high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race as they complete lap number 3. Case Barnard keeps improving on his lap time, as does the rest of the field, but it's not enough for the rest of the field. They're fading away from the 25P at Case Barnard as he will complete lap number 4. That's the halfway point for this second high caliber graphic junior sprint heat race. Bonowitz and Leone picking up the pace, but again, still 0.2 off the lap times of Case Barnard's number 25B. Now Barnard's car falls off 0.2. The lap times equal throughout the field that last lap. They'll come back through turns 3 and 4. Everybody down on the bottom of the racetrack. Barnard might be just about half a groove higher than everybody else, allowing him to get a little bit of a better lap time, but still equals the rest of the field. White flag this time for the 25B of Case Barnard as he will head off into turn number 1 for the final time. Joe Bonowitz has Nolan Leone all over his back bumpers. Leone goes into the 12.5 range for the first time this race. Off turn 4, checker flag waves for Case Barnard, your second heat race winner on the high caliber graphic junior sprints. Joe Bonowitz will finish second, Nolan Leone third. Riker Tubes did not start. So as they head up over the scales, we'll go ahead and give you the starting lineup for the first heat race for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. On the pole from Fairland, Indiana, it's a 95M, a Noah Mel. Alongside him, it'll be the 19, a Luke Newton from Farmerburg, Indiana. Starting third will be Audrey Cowden from Terre Haute, Indiana, and here's 07C. Devin Feger from East Peoria, Illinois, his number 40 will start on the outside of row number 2. Braxton Flatt from Monmouth, Illinois will round out the top 5 in his 81 car. Alongside him is Drake Stanoland from Alexis, Illinois in the 359, starting 6th. 7th will be Zach Dowler from Laramie, Illinois in his 7D. 8th will be Paul Day from Atwood, Illinois in his number 90. This is going to make up heat race number 1 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. Does look like all of them made it out onto the racetrack. Caution lights not out around the racetrack, so we will go one additional lap to allow these drivers to get a little bit more organized. So with that, they'll get the one-to-go signal as they pass by the flag stand this time. So heat race number 1 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings going to make their way up towards the start cone. It's Noah Mel, Luke Newton with control of this field. They're on the gas. We're green. Going to be a great jump there for Noah Mel. Clear to the lead by the time they make it into turn number 1. Luke Newton just could not get the run he wanted at all. Braxton Flatt will go through for 4th on Audra Cowden. Trying to make his way forward. It's the number 40 of Devin Feger. Couldn't get a good passing opportunity off turn 4 that time. But it's a great battle up front, great battle out behind. Drake Stanley trying to get to the inside. Audra Cowden doesn't have an opportunity through turns 3 and 4. Still looking to the inside, but no run. Paul Day watching that battle in front of him as well. Take a look back over through turn 4. Braxton Flat all over the back bumper of the number 40 of Devin Feger. They roll through turns 1 and 2 single file once again. They'll come to the halfway point this time. It's a 95M and Noah Mel leading the way. It's led all 4 of these first laps. Second place, Luke Newton trying to hold them all off. Devin Feger third, fourth, Braxton Flat, fifth, Drake Stanley as they come back to complete another lap. Noah Mel continuing to pull away from this heat race field. It's kind of been just the story of this race. Braxton Flat picked off one car early, couldn't pick off anyone else. 2 laps ago for Noah Mel as he continues to pull away. Now, Helma, huge impact on the outside wall for the number 19 of Luke Newton. Significant right side damage as they come to the white flag. Braxton Flat takes a big advantage of that, sends it 3 wide on the bottom. He'll go through for second. Checkered flag coming this time as they come back through turns 3 and 4. More contact for second. It's Noah Mel taking the heat race win. Braxton Flat takes second. Luke Newton third. Noah Mel, the winner here on heat race number 1 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. Second goes to Braxton Flat. Third, Luke Newton. Fourth, Devin Feger. Fifth, Drake Stanley. Sixth, Paul Day. Seventh, Zach Dowler. And eighth, Audra Cowden. Coming up next, going to be heat race number 2 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. On the pole, it'll be Billy Lee from Hammond, Illinois, and his number 88. Alongside him, it's Gunnar Griffin from Ashland, Missouri, in the 95G. Mackenzie Meany from Terre Haute, Indiana, in the 10M starts third, with Cameron Jacobs in the 55J from Chatham, Illinois, starting fourth. Tyler Taylor from Danville, Illinois, in the 25T starts fifth, with Cruz Stanfield alongside him in the 6th starting position in the 4R from Brownsburg, Indiana. Finally starting up at the tail end of the field will be the 20 of James Newton from Farmersburg, Indiana. This is going to make up your second heat race for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. They'll make their way out onto the racetrack on command. And if you look down at that concession stand over in turn number 4, over at the tent, you can find the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car drivers at some point tonight signing autographs. Make sure you go check them out, as they'll be on track here shortly as they go through another couple group of heat races. But anyways, heat race number 2 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings will come to the start cone. They're on the gas. We're green. It's going to be a great jump for the entirety of that inside line. The outside car just didn't go at all. That number 95G of Gunnar Griffin just could not get the run he wanted. And through to the lead goes Billy Lieb. Alongside will come Mackenzie Meany, who will go through for second. Now Griffin starting to find the pace underneath the number 95G as they head back through turns 1 and 2. Got all over the back bumper. We got a caution over in turn number 2. The 55J Cameron Jacobs got turned sideways. Yeah, that's the first caution of this Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing heat race. So Cameron Jacobs will go towards the tail of the field. So caution lights will go out with one lap officially complete on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing heat race. Billy Lee, Mackenzie Meany, Gunnar Griffin, the top 3. Then it is the 25T, Tyler Taylor. Cruz Stanfield will be the top 5. James Newton, Cameron Jacobs, the rest of them. With that, they will come towards the restart cone, Billy Lieb on the gas early. We are back green on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Heat Race number 2. They head off through turns 1 and 2. Gonna be a good jump there for Tyler Taylor, getting to the inside of the 95G of Gunnar Griffin. They come back through turns 3 and 4. Griffin way up the hill, up by the Coles Cush. Just not a good enough run so far up there. Just not enough laps up there on the top side. So that top side just hasn't come in just yet. Newton started to come through. James Newton moves the 4R crew Stanfield out of the way. He'll go through to the 5th position. Stanfield going to fight back to the inside, but no opportunity for him. Off of turn number 4, past the flag stand, Billy Lee completes his 3rd lap. He is half a second faster than the rest of this field right now. That might be the story of the night. Mackenzie Meany going to have to settle for a 2nd place on this one as they're coming together through turns 3 and 4. Cameron Jacobs trying to fight back through the field, as Cruz Stanfield still holding him off, rolling that top side, as James Newton trying to hold them both off behind him. 3 laps to go for Billy Lieb. Mackenzie Meany still running 2nd, not allowing the trouble off turn number 2. I was going to say Tyler Taylor was trying to get on the back bumper, his car into the infield with 2 laps to go. Lieb off 4 this time will come to the white flag. His lead has extended even further. Meany will cross the stripe, 4 seconds behind Billy Lieb, and with that, Billy Lieb off turn number 4. He'll come to the checkered flag here on the 2nd heat race win in the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Cars. Billy Lieb, your winner here on heat race number 2 for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings. Mackenzie Meany 2nd, Gunnar Griffin 3rd, James Newton 4th, Gunnar Griffin 3rd. Cruz Stanfield 5th. Cameron Jacobs 6th, and Tyler Taylor was 7th, was the only non-finisher. Up next is the dirty right rear restricted micros. On the pole for heat race number 1, it's going to be J.C. Stanridge from Springfield, Illinois, and her number 10. Natalie Hubbard will be alongside her from Benton, Illinois, in the 53. Landon Miners, number 36, from House Springs, Missouri, will start 3rd. Ezra Green alongside him in the 57G from Brownburg, Indiana. Running out the top 5, it's Colton Vogel from Buffalo, Illinois, in his 14V. Jackson Burke starts 6th from Johnston City, Illinois, in the number 42. And finally, Riley Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois, her number 11R, starts in 7th. This is going to be your first heat race for the dirty right rear restricted micros. And heat race number 1 for the dirty right rear restricted micros coming out onto the racetrack. Looks like we will go one additional lap to allow this field to get organized. So we'll get this starting order all figured out. And then we will be ready to send them green. Looking like there might be a spot over there in turn number 1 they're looking for. Something track crew didn't like seeing. We also want to remind fans here at the racetrack to stand back from the catch fence. And we don't want to see any debris make their way up into your area if you're standing right in front of the catch fence. We remind all race fans here at the racetrack to stand back from the catch fence. Caution lights going out around the facility as they come back to the 1 to go signal this time. Now with the 1 to go given and received from the drivers, 1 to go signal given, caution lights out around the racetrack. JC Stanridge, Natalie Hubbard have control of this first heat race for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. They'll make their way up towards the start cone over in turn number 4. They are on the gas. We are green. Not a great jump there for the front row. Ezra Green going to try to get alongside them. Ezra Green along the top side takes away second. Almost got the lead away there from Natalie Hubbard, who goes through from the lead into lap number 1. Hubbard gets some single file out behind her. And she put a car length between herself and Ezra Green as they come to complete lap number 2. As they come back through turns 3 and 4, Landon Miner trying the high side out, not finding any pace for that number 36 machine up high. He's got a big run here on JC Stanridge coming off turn number 2. The run is there, or I should say the top side is there in turns 1 and 2, just not there at all through turns 3 and 4. Landon Meyer really trying to get that run. Going to get alongside JC Stanridge, not quite off turn number 2. Off 4, Natalie Hubbard will complete lap number 4. That's the halfway mark here on heat race number 1 for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro. She's pulling away from Ezra Green just a little bit. And here comes the 36 of Landon Miner on JC Stanridge, trying to take that third spot away. He's clear at the flags in, and he will go through for third. Now JC Stanridge falling back into fourth, seeing what she can do as she follows that number 36 around the racetrack. As now Ezra Green trying to chase down the number 53, Natalie Hubbard, just a little bit of lap. 2 to go, coming to the white flag this time. We got ourselves a 3-car battle for this heat race win. Ezra Green has the 36, Elena Miner to his inside as they go back through turns 1 and 2 for the final time. Ezra Green on the outside. Hubbard throws the block. Checkered flag is waving as they're going to be side by side off turn number 4. Natalie Hubbard gets the win. Natalie Hubbard takes the win here on the first heat race for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. Ezra Green settles for a second place. Third goes to Landon Miner. Fourth, JC Stanridge. Fifth, Jackson Burks. Sixth, Colton Vogel. And seventh goes to Riley Bonowitz. Second heat race for the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros down there and staging and ready to go. Another 8 laps for them tonight. Kinzer Holloway from Paris, Illinois will start us on the pole in his number 79H. Wrecker Tubes alongside him in the 21 from Alexis, Illinois. Lydia May in the 71M starts third from Terre Haute, Indiana, with Mackenzie Dowler starting fourth in the 1K from Springfield, Illinois. From Marine, Illinois, it's the 22D Adult Clary rounding out the top 5. And finally, Grayson Graham and his number 49 from Bunker Hill, Illinois will start 6th. That's your lineup for heat race number 2 of the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros. One to go signal given to the second Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro heat race. Caution lights go out around the racetrack once again. Control of the field goes to Kinzer Holloway and Riker Tubes. They are on the gas. It's going to be kind of a miscue there from the rest of the field behind them, and we are green as they head back through turns number 1 and 2. Lydia May gets some single file. We've almost got trouble over in turn number 1 and 2. It'll be the 49 of Grayson Graham and Dalton Clary coming together. But at the end of lap number 1, it's going to be Riker Tubes leading the way. Kinzer Holloway in second. Third place will be Lydia May for now. She's got a great battle going on there behind her for fourth. Grayson Graham trying to keep that bottom line moving. Mackenzie Dowler trying to power around the top side for the fourth position. Now they're almost going to try to split Lydia May 3 wide middle. But Lydia May is going to fend off that attack. Graham now gets the bumper to the 71M, and he will dive it in there to turn number 3. Didn't have really the room, and with that, he has to sit back, and he loses the position to Mackenzie Dowler. He falls back into fifth. Out in front, it's still the 21 of Riker Tubes leading the way here on the second dirty right rear restricted micro heat race. Lydia May running second. Still that great battle for third. Lydia May running third. Mackenzie Dowler going by for fourth. As Grayson Graham trying to fight back into the fourth position at the line. Grayson Graham was ahead for fourth that last time by. White flag waving for Riker Tubes off turn number 4. He heads off into turn number 1 with a sizable lead. That lead, 3.1 seconds as Kinzer Holloway passes past the timing line in second. Checkered flag waving off turn number 4. It's the 21 of Riker Tubes taking the win here on the dirty right rear restricted micro heat race number 2. Second place goes to Kinzer Holloway. Third, Lydia May. Fourth, Mackenzie Dowler. Fifth, Grayson Graham. Sixth, Dalton Clary. Up next is going to be the Outlaw Wing cars. Only 5 of them tonight, so only 1 heat race for them. Clay Frederick from St. Joseph, Illinois. His number 47 starts it on the pole. Brandon Healy alongside him in the 00 from Marshall, Illinois. Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois in the 14B starts third, with Tracy Hinson from DeSoto, Missouri in the 10J starting fourth. Fifth will be Sam Morthland from West Frankfort, Illinois in the number 21, who will round out the Outlaw Wing heat race field. So with that, the heat race for the Outlaw Wings gets the command to come out onto the racetrack, and here they come. Caution lights fall silent once again around the racetrack as the when-to-go signal has been given. Clay Frederick and Brendan Healy with control of this field. They'll head over to turn number 4, looking at that start cone. They are on the gas. We are green. It's going to be a good jump there for Clay Frederick. He's got the lead, headed off into turn number 1. Healy's going to try to cut down low to the inside. No run for him there. But one car trying to make his way forward is Tracy Hinson. Backed up the entry to turn number 1. Got a good run off. He's trying to take away third from the 14B and Nolan Bartley. They head back through turns 1 and 2, still side by side. Bartley powers around the top side, and Hinson shuts the door on Morthland. Single file goes the Outlaw Wing heat race as they complete 2 laps. Clay Frederick getting away from them as now the 10 J of Tracy Hinson going to go around the third place car, the 14 being Nolan Bartley. Bartley still ripping top, trying to keep Sam Morthland behind him. He just about does as they complete lap number 4. Across the stripe, it's still the 47 of Clay Frederick on point. Brendan Healy now has that 10J. Tracy Henson starting to approach the back bumper here as they come to the white flag this time on the Outlaw Wing Heat Race. Henson going to go around the top side of Brendan Healy. He takes the second spot away. Checkered flag is waving for the 47 of Clay Frederick. Clay Frederick, the winner here on Heat Race for the Outlaw Wings. Tracy Henson finished second after starting in fourth. Great run for that number 10J. Third goes to Brendan Healy. Fourth, Nolan Bartley. Fifth, Sam Morthland. Up next is the Mod Lights. Another pair of heat races for them. On the pole for heat race number 1 for the Mod Lights is Jimmy Arthur from Mitchell, Indiana, and his number 15. J.R. Wiltermude from Windsor, Illinois, number 93J starts second. Starting third, it's the number 8 from Festus, Missouri. It's Dylan Nager. Josh Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois, in the 2D starts fourth. Corey Stephenson from Marion, Illinois, in the number 5 starts fifth. Matthew Filkins from West Frankfort, Illinois, and his number 7 will round out the field in the 6th and final starting position. This is going to be your Mod Light Heat Race. So the Mod Lights will make their way out to the racetrack for heat race number 1. If you're here at the racetrack, you may have seen some lightning flashes off of turn number 3 over at the north end of the facility. I do want to clarify that is a storm that is east of Tuscola, so that storm not a threat for us here at Coles County Speedway tonight. It doesn't look like any rain going to be on the way. So we're going to have a nice night of racing on us here as the Mod Lights will come through turns 1 and 2. With the caution lights out, it's a Jimmy Arthur and J.R. Wiltermude. They've got control of this Mod Light Heat Race number 1 as they'll head towards the start cone over in turn number 4. They're on the gas. We are underway. It's going to be a great jump there for J.R. Wiltermude. He goes to the lead on the high side through turns 1 and 2. A lot of fast cars stuck mired back in the pack here early on. Seeing what they can do here quickly. Dylan Nager trying to find his way around the high side as well. He'll go through for second. Jimmy Arthur back to third. Corey Stephenson trying to pick off Matthew Filkins for the 4th spot, at least trying to get clear. They're going to try to split Jimmy Arthur 3 wide middle. They just about will be able to do so as they go into turns number 1 and 2. Filkins will go through for third, and Stephenson holds on to 4th. Josh Bonowitz hanging back there at the tail end of the pack in 6th. Up in front, it's still the 93J of J.R. Wiltermude, but he's got pressure on the back bumper. It's the number 8 of Dylan Nager. As they come back through turns 3 and 4, side by side for the lead, not quite. Filkins starting to come his way forward as well. He'll get to the outside to the number 8 of Dylan Nager. Nager on the inside, and you have the number 7 of Filkins on the outside. They'll go 3 wide for the heat race lead. Wiltermude went a little bit too high through turns 3 and 4, just trying to find the momentum, and instead he'll hand both first and second. First will go to Matthew Filkins with 2 laps to go, and second will go to the number 8 of Dylan Nager. J.R. Wiltermude running third, Corey Stephenson fourth, Jimmy Arthur fifth, Josh Bonowitz sixth. As the field comes to the white flag this time, Matthew Filkins getting away from this Mod Light Heat Race field. Filkins goes from last to the heat race win as they come off turn number 4. Matthew Filkins takes the first Mod Light Heat Race win. Great performance there for Matthew Filkins, able to go from last to first in his number 7 machine. Second place goes to the number 8 of Dylan Nager. Third, J.R. Wiltermude. Fourth, Corey Stephenson. Fifth, Jimmy Arthur. Sixth, Josh Bonowitz. Heat race number 2 for the Mod Lights coming up. On the pole is going to be Jeff Herzog from Festus, Missouri, his number 2. Alongside him, the fastest man in hot laps, Brendan Freeberg from Metamora, Illinois, in the 171. Danny Jolly in the U2 from Christopher, Illinois, starts 3rd. Bill Ashbury from DuQuoin, Illinois, his number 44, starts 4th. Running out the top 5 on the inside of the final row, it's Ralph Halloran from Murkytown, Illinois, his number 46. And Dustin Wiltermuth from Windsor, Illinois, in the 7W, starts 6th. This is your second Mod Light heat race. And they will get the command to come out onto the racetrack in just a moment. With that, 1 to go signal given for the second Mod Light heat race. All 6 of them make it out onto the racetrack as well. Jeff Herzog, Brendan Freeberg with control of this field. They'll head for the start cone over in turn number 4. They're waiting on it. They are at it. They are on the gas. We are green. Brendan Freeberg, great jump for him, but it's good enough jump for Jeff Herzog to stay alongside. Doesn't quite have the chance to get into the lead as Brendan Freeberg going to lead lap number 1 as they come back through turns 3 and 4. Wiltermuth was on 2 tires going through turns 3 and 4. Got it back down on all 4, and we stay green. Still out in front, Brendan Freeberg starting to pull away from this second Mod Light heat race field. Jeff Herzog running second, trying to keep Danny Jolly's U2 behind him. Jolly trying to make that high side work, made a little bit of contact with the left rear as they headed through turn number 2. Danny Jolly sitting in line now. Now that right rear fender for Jeff Herzog is pushed in just a little bit. Don't think it's touching the tire, so no harm, no foul. That contact for Danny Jolly. We'll get another good look at it as we come back. Well, might be touching the tire, but I'm not seeing any tire smoke. It's a good sign for Jeff Herzog so far. Brendan Freeberg leading the field past the halfway point. Now completing his 5th lap and extending his lead out to 1.7 seconds over Jeff Herzog and Danny Jolly. Dustin Wiltermuth trying to hold off Bill Asbury and Ralph Halloran for that 4th position. 2 laps to go for Brendan Freeberg. His gap over a second, 2 seconds now, upside down goes the 7W of Dustin Wiltermuth, and the red flag is displayed. So Dustin Wiltermuth back on all 4 tires. And track safety crew taking a look, asking him how he thinks he can continue. And it looks like he might try to. Does look like you might need a little bit of assistance, though. And yeah, no, it does look like Dustin did elect to go back to the pit area. Seeing a little bit of fluid down here on the front stretch, so they're going to throw a little bit of dirt on it. And hopefully it cleans it up enough so we can get back to the green flag on this Mod Light heat race, number 2. Five laps complete. We'll have 3 to go when they come back to the green flag. Back to yellow flag conditions here on heat race number 2 for the Mod Lights. Brendan Freeberger have control of this field as they come back to the green with 5 laps complete, 3 to go. Jeff Herzog will be in second, Danny Jolly third. Dustin Wiltermude out of the race, so that promotes Bill Asbury to fourth and Ralph Halloran up to fifth. With that 1 to go signal coming to the second Mod Light heat race this time. Caution lights will fall silent once again. And Brendan Freeberg will lead the second Mod Light heat race to the restart cone, over in turn number 4. He's on the gas on the high side. We are back green. Could be a good jump there for the 46 of Ralph Halloran. Tried to get to the inside of the 44 Bill Asbury, but just couldn't get by him. White flag waving for Brendan Freeberg as he comes back to the stripe. Freeberg's lead almost a second as they come back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time, and Brendan Freeberg going to take the win here on the second Mod Light heat race. Jeff Herzog second, Danny Jolly third, Bill Asbury fourth, Ralph Halloran fifth. Dustin Wiltermude, the only car out of the race after his flip. Up next, we have one final heat race. It is the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars. On the pole to be the 55 of Trace Mailer from Oblong, Illinois. Alongside him, it's Scott Plew from Hudsonville, Illinois in the number 11. Brent Morley from Melbourne, Victoria, Australia in the number 25V starts third. Jarrett Thomas alongside him from Paxton, Illinois, in his number 72. Running out the vintage sprint car field will be Ron Fox from Jason Fuel, Indiana, in his number 8 in the 5th and final starting position. This is going to be your Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars heat race tonight before we head to the junior sprint feature after this and then intermission. And at intermission, we will make 2 drawings for a free dinner here at the racetrack. So make sure you get your general admission tickets out after the junior sprint feature later on after this heat race. So race control's still waiting to get all these Midwest Throwback Sprint cars on the racetrack before we give them the command to fire engines. And with that, the command has been given, so they will fire up. So Brent Morley looks like he'll be the last car to get fired as Ron Fox gets fired up as they head past turn number 1. Ron Fox's car will come to a halt over in turns 3 and 4. Just couldn't keep it fired, it looks like. Ron Fox's car comes to a stop here just underneath the flag stand again, trying to get it fired up. And it looks like he will. Hopefully it stays fired. Field's starting to get organized over there in turn number 2. Ron Fox and Brent Morley both laying back for the moment. And with that, they've given the command to double up as they approach the field over in turn at number 2. They'll wait for the 1-to-go signal as they come back around. And they will get the 1-to-go signal this time for the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars Heat Race. These cars are a special treat to watch here at Coles County Speedway. And with that, the caution lights fall silent. And Trace Mailer and Scott Pellew with control of this field will head for the start cone over in turn at number 4. They are on it. We are green. Mailer going to try to get ahead as they go through turns 1 and 2. Scott Pellew ripping the top, going to get ahead. He goes to the lead off turn number 2. Mailer going to fight back to the inside as they come back into turns 3 and 4. Mailer making that, trying to make the bottom move work. Gets up on the berm just a little, or on the berm just a little bit down there. But he doesn't get a good enough run that he wanted, and the first 2 laps will go to the number 11 of Scott Pellew. Scott Pellew extends his lead over half a second over Trace Mailer in second, Brent Morley third, Jarrett Thomas fourth, and Ron Fox eighth. This top 4 pretty tightly packed as they head back through turns 1 and 2. I think Ron Fox still having issues underneath the hood for his number 8. His car just does not sound up to pace as he heads off into the corners. Jarrett Thomas still trying to find a hole in the defense of the 25V of Brent Morley. As Scott Pellew, Trace Mailer running lap times super equal to each other, just not really allowing either one to get away. Scott Pellew still making that number 11 pull away from this Midwest Throwback Sprint Car field. They complete lap number 6, I believe. It was lap number 7, it looks like. But we'll complete lap number 7 this time. White flag waving is Scott Pellew. His number 11 heads off into turn number 1 for the final time. Trace Mailer finding something that works here in the closing laps. He closed in just a little bit that last lap, but it's not enough as it's too late. As Scott Pellew comes off turn number 4, and he'll take the win on the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Heat Race win. So Scott Pellew the winner here on the vintage sprint car heat race. Trace Mailer second, Brent Morley third, Jarrett Thomas fourth, and finally Ron Fox finished fifth. So with that, that does conclude heat racing, but before we go to the intermission, we do have one feature to go through. That's the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Their 9 entries will go around for 15 laps tonight. Case Barnard from Dawson, Illinois, his number 25B, will start it on the pole. Eli Newton from Farmersburg, Indiana, alongside him in his number 18. Madison Meany in the 10M from Terre Haute, Indiana, is going to line up on the inside of row number 2. Joe Bonowitz outside of row 2 in his D52 from Oakland, Illinois. Grayson Graham from Bunker Hill, Illinois, number 7, will start 5th. Nolan Leone from Mahomet, Illinois, his number 57, starts 6th. Presley Hall from Des Lodge, Missouri's number 25P starts 7th. Xander LaRose from Festus, Missouri in the 1Z starts 8th. And rounding out the field, it'll be the 21 of Riker Tubes from Alexis, Illinois in the 9th and final starting position. Race control says we're good to go here for the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. They're coming out onto the racetrack, going to give them, it looks like, one additional pace lap. As they roll off turn number 2, it doesn't look like they're going to be quite ready just yet. High Caliber Graphics is the sponsor of this Junior Sprint class at Coles County Speedway. High Caliber Graphics specializes in motorsport designs and services throughout the Midwest region. High Caliber Graphics provides a trophy scene and victory lanes at Coles County Speedway during special events, and drivers and teams who need high-quality wraps for their cars should check out High Caliber Graphics by following them on their Facebook page. Caution lights are out. They're going to come to the green flag right here. It's Case Barnard and Eli Newton going to be on the gas, and they are green on the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. They head off through turns number 1 and 2. Eli Newton on the point. As they come off turn number 2, Case Barnard going to fight back to the top side through turns 3 and 4, trying to find the run. Just not up there. Not enough grip for the 25B. A little bit of contact further back for that 4th position. Grayson Graham got the bumper down on Mackenzie Meany. They'll come back through turns 3 and 4. It's still Eli Newton out on the point. Case Barnard not going away on the top side, and he goes away to the lead. Past in the entry to turn number 1, Eli Newton's car starting to fall off significantly. Something maybe amiss on the number 18 machine. Trouble over here in turn on the front stretch. Multiple cars almost upside down. The red flag will come out, as everybody further back in the pack had to take evasive action. Joe Bonowitz looks like he was pinched up towards the outside wall. Madison Meany had nowhere to go. She almost went over along with Joe Bonowitz. Xander LaRose drove through the infield and took a nice little jump over the berm. It's kind of looking like Grayson Graham may have pinched up a little bit too high on the front stretch, and it leads to the first red flag and first caution on this High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. So it does look like Joe Bonowitz and Madison Meany will not continue. Damage too much for their race cars. Does look like a flat left rear for Joe Bonowitz. So Madison Meany's car heading back to the pit area, and it sounds like the same thing will go for Joe Bonowitz before we head back to yellow flag conditions here on the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. Yellow flag conditions back out around the facility once again. The field had to get reorganized back into a restarting order. Case Barnard will have control of this restart when they come back to green. Behind him will be Grayson Graham. Third will be Eli Newton. Fourth, Nolan Leone. Fifth will be Xander LaRose. And sixth is Presley Hall. Riker Choops did not make the start of this race. And, of course, 2 cars out in that last incident. Madison Meany and Joe Bonowitz, the both row 2 starters out of this race. 1 to go signal coming this time for the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. Caution being waved off. So it was waved off due to Madison Meany trying to rejoin this race since 1 lap was officially completed. That means once you're off the racetrack, you are off the racetrack. So she does get black flagged and pushed back into the infield. And with that, caution lights go back out around the facility on this High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. Case Barnard on the gas as we go past the restart cone. We are back green. As head off back into turns number 1 and 2. The number 7, Grayson Graham, trying to get to the inside. He doesn't have a good run down there through turns 1 and 2. Has to sit back in line, running second for now. He'll have a good run here off turn number 4. Tries to get to the inside, but Barnard holding on to that position for now. Nolan Leone going past the 18 of Eli Newton for third. As out in front still, the 25B of Case Barnard, less than a couple inches the gap at the line between the front 2. As Grayson Graham trying to take this lead away as they go back into turn number 3. Graham alongside of Barnard, trying to make that move stick as they go back through turns 3 and 4. Still not quite clear as they head back through turns number 1 and 2. But now the number 7 of Grayson Graham out on the point. Case Barnard now going to have to settle back in line in second, trying to find anything sticking. See if he can try to get back to the back bumper of the number 7 of Grayson Graham. Nolan Leone in third, starting to chase down Barnard for the second position. Time running out, though, for this High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. Field spread apart as they come back through turns 3 and 4. It's still Grayson Graham's with control of this feature as they head back through turns 1 and 2. That gap growing ever bigger. But Case Barnard starting to find some momentum for that number 25B. Not really getting any closer to the number 7, but not getting any further away. Same deal there for Nolan Leone. Now was reeling in Case Barnard at a rapid pace. Now that gap has equalized. Around 6 laps to go for the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature. Still single file this field, trying to find some momentum. Anything they can to try to chase down that number 7 of Grayson Graham with control. And Graham loses a tire. The caution's going to come out. I cannot believe what we're seeing here in this high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. He went through turn number 2. He had himself a massive advantage, and the left rear tire falls off the number 7 of Grayson Graham. Unfortunately, the commentating curse is going to strike again here at Coles County Speedway. Eli Noonan into the infield as well. And with that, Case Barnard's going to re-inherit the lead with only 4 cars left on the racetrack for this high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Case Barnard with control as the caution lights fall silent for what may be the final time. Nolan Leone second. Then the 2 RS12 Motorsport cars running third and fourth. Case Barnard going to wait on the restart cone. He's on the gas. We are green. They'll pass by the flag stand. Nolan Leone going to get a great jump. He's to the inside into turns number 1 and 2. Has to back out of it as he just did not have a good enough turning into turn number 1. And it's Case Barnard with control. And he is clear by about a car length as they head back towards turn number 1, back under green. Leone trying to find some momentum on the back bumper now is Nolan Leone to the inside in turns 3 and 4. Contact made, no harm, no foul. They're side by side at the line. Nolan Leone on the point now. Case Barnard settles back into second. He'll try to cut back to the inside off turn 2. No opportunity there. He's going to throw it into turns 3 and 4. Some more contact made. And now Nolan Leone pulling away from this high caliber graphic junior sprint feature field. Case Barnard running second. Third place, Xander LaRose trying to close in on Case Barnard here on the closing laps. White flag waving for Nolan Leone. He heads off into turns number 1 and 2 with the lead. He's going to pass down the scoreboard as they go back into turns 3 and 4 for the final time. And Nolan Leone is going to steal the win on the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Nolan Leone goes from 6th to 1st to pick up his first win of the year here at Coles County Speedway. Leone up over the scales here relatively quickly. Want to make sure that car is going to meet minimum weight requirements, and that is an excited driver from Mahomet, Illinois. Second place went to Case Barnard. Third, Xander LaRose. And a fourth went to Presley Hall. Those were the finishers. Nolan Leone getting directions for his first time into victory lane here at Coles County Speedway. Fortunately, no driver interviews tonight. Our co-announcer not joining us here at the racetrack tonight. But a very happy driver for Nolan Leone down there in Coles County Speedway victory lane for his first time. And here he is out of the car. Let's give a hand for Nolan Leone from Mahomet, Illinois, your winner of the high caliber graphic junior sprint feature. Being told this is his very first feature win ever, and it comes at the historic Coles County Speedway. His sponsors include Leone Chiropractic Clinic, Landgraver Electric, Bricks Pizzeria, Reen Landscaping, and Illini Recycling. And what a win for Nolan Leone. Last race here on August 1st, he finished second. Tonight, he improved on that one, takes the feature win here in the high caliber graphic junior sprints. Let's hear it one more time for Nolan Leone from Muhammad, Illinois, your High Caliber Graphics Junior Sprint feature winner at Coles County Speedway. So with the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature complete, we will head towards our intermission tonight here at Coles County Speedway. If you're here at the racetrack, make sure you go visit the Turn 4 Cafe, located off of turn number 4, the north end of the facility. And also, if any kids want some autographs from any of the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car drivers, they're over at the tent by the concession stand over in turn number 4. And one final piece here at the racetrack before we head to intermission. Get out your general admission tickets. We've got 2 drawings for a free dinner here at Coles County Speedway tonight, courtesy of the Turn 4 Cafe. Winning general admission tickets for the free dinners can claim them down at the general admission booth. The first winning ticket number is 8919-8774. That's 8919-8774. If that's your winning ticket, head down to the general admission booth to claim your free dinner here at Coles County Speedway. Second winning ticket number is 8919-8815. That is 8919-8815. If you have either one of these 2 tickets of your general admission, then you can head down to the admissions booth and claim your free dinner, courtesy of Coles County Speedway and the Turn 4 Cafe. And it does sound like the Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars are ready to be signing autographs down at the Harf tent by the concession stand, so make sure you go check them out. Again, race fans, don't forget about the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car drivers. They're down there by the Harf 10 off of turn number 4. They are down there ready to get some autographs or give out some autographs to you race fans in attendance tonight. Make sure you go check out the Harf 10 off of turn number 4 to get some autographs from some of the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car drivers. All right, race fans, here at the racetrack, if you lost your phone in one of the bathrooms, if you can identify it and unlock it, it is currently at concessions. Again, we found a phone that was in the bathroom. If you can identify and unlock that phone, it is in concessions. Race fans, it sounds like track maintenance is complete. So the Midwest Throwback Sprint cars are making their way out onto the racing surface for their 20-lap feature tonight here at Coles County Speedway. The first of the second group of features tonight here at Coles County Speedway, of course, already ran the High Caliber Graphic Junior Sprint feature just before intermission. Nolan Leone was the winner in that one. Who else will we add to the winners column tonight here at Coles County Speedway? And it starts with the Midwest Throwback Sprint cars. Scott Plews, number 11 from Hudsonville, Illinois, will start us off on the pole. Trace Mailer alongside him in the number 55 from Oblong, Illinois. Brent Morley from Melbourne, Australia in the 25V starts third. Jarrett Thomas from Paxton, Illinois in the 72 starts fourth. And rounding out the field in the fifth and final starting position, it'll be the 8 of Ron Fox from Jasonville, Indiana. This is your Midwest Throwback Sprint Cars feature. So they'll take a little extra time to get fired up. They have to get command from race control to allow them to fire engines. And with that, it sounds like race control is ready to go here, and the caution will come out as engines getting fired here early on in the Midwest Throwback Sprint car feature. So race control is given the command. We're going to double them up here for the Midwest Throwback Sprint car feature. Scott Plew is going to be all ready to go over in turn number 1. Going to wait on the field to catch up to him. They'll give them one additional lap of pacing. 2 to green that last time by. They'll come to 1 to green this time for the Midwest Throwback Sprint car feature. One to go signal coming to the Midwest Throwback Sprint car feature as they complete their parade lap around the historic Coles County Speedway. And with that, Scott Plew, Trace Mailer will be given control of the field as they head towards the start cone. Brent Morley, Jarrett Thomas, row 2. Ron Fox by himself on row number 3. It's Scott Plew, Trace Mailer. They're on the gas. We are green on the Midwest Throwback Sprint car feature. Mailer this time with the advantage on the top side. Going to go to the lead as they go through turn 2 for the first time. Mailer's got that car, maybe made a big setup change for the orange 55 as he heads back off into turn number 1 with a pretty decent sized lead, half a second at the lines. Plew This car may have fallen out of power as he came through turns 1 and 2 there. Looks like something was amiss for Scott Blue as Brent Morley went by him on the low side, which is something you typically don't see with these vintage sprint cars. Normally go around the top side. Morley now going to have to try to defend his second position from Scott Blue. Scott Blue down on the bottom trying to get by him, but Brent Morley holds on to that second spot, and he's going to try to get away now. Scott Blue's going to be that car to watch. That car just, for whatever reason, just doesn't have any speed. Morley gets too high up through turns 3 and 4, almost makes contact with the right rear of Scott Blue as he comes back down the racetrack. He'll lose the second position and fall back into third. Well, let's take a look back up front. He's past the flag stand. It's Trace Mailer with a 4-second advantage over Scott Blue. 4.5 seconds the gap. Mailer half a second faster than this field, and he is just dominating this one. And I feel like he might know it as well. He's still improving on his lap times as he's catching up to Ron Fox at the tail end of the field. Blue flag displayed to Ron Fox as he head back off into turn number 1. Blue's car starting to pick up the pace. He picked up a 10th last time. See if he does the same on this lap. Not a full 10th, but still a decent time picked up, and nobody's got the same pace as Trace Mailer's in orange, number 55. He's ahead by almost half a lap at this point. 5.7 seconds the gap between the front two. Trace Mailer with 8 laps complete. Now 9 laps complete for the orange 55. Sparks flying underneath Scott Blue's car as he heads back through turns number 1 and 2, trying everything he can to try to find some pace. They're halfway through this one. Ron Fox is deciding to call this one a night after getting lapped by 2 cars. Ron Fox will be the first non-finisher. He will officially complete 8 laps. Blue flag now being shown to Jarrett Thomas at the tail end of this pack. He was running 4th. Mailer going to just sit in line, try to find the high groove around him. He's going to back it off now as he knows he's got himself a pretty big advantage. 6.3 the advantage for Trace Mailer. Still trying to work to the inside of Jarrett Thomas. Try to put him a lap down. Mailer's trying now down on the bottom side of the racetrack, right down by that berm. He just cannot get a good enough run around Jarrett Thomas. Thomas still rolling that top side, trying to get away from him. 4.7 the gap now for Trace Mailer. Scott Blue slowly closing in. 15 laps complete. They've got 6 to go. Mailer now finally gets around the 72. Jarrett Thomas, now he can finally start throwing down lap times he wants. Now he can try to get away from Scott Blue just a little bit. Blue got the gap down to 4.3 seconds, but we're going to see now with the lap car between them, that'll seal it. 17 laps complete for the orange 55. Mailer off 4. Let's see if he gets to Brent Morley here as they come around to 2 laps to go. This will be the white flag this time for Trace Mailer's orange number 55. Extended his lead back out to 5 seconds. Morley still running the bottom. Going to allow Mailer to go by on the outside. Mailer got a little bit too high. Almost slid into the outside wall through turns 1 and 2. But it's going to be the orange number 55 of Trace Mailer taking the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Feature win. Trace took it easy there coming to the checkered. Going to allow Brent Morley to finish on the lead lap. So Trace Mailer wins the Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Feature. Scott Blue second, a distant 4 seconds back. Brent Morley was third. Jarrett Thomas fourth, 1 lap down. Rod Fox was the only non-finisher. Trace Mailer going from second to first, picking up his first sprint car win here at Coles County Speedway. He has a pair of second places finishes, one in a 305 sprint car, and here he is out of the race car. Let's give a hand to Trace Mailer from Oblong, Illinois, your Midwest Throwback Sprint Car Feature winner tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Trace's sponsors includes the Woods Event Center and Bar, Black Sheep Speed Lab, Cuppy's Paint and Collision, Floyd's Place, KBC Graphics, Cruise Towing, Hill Spreading, Pump Repair Specialists, Motorsports Unlimited, AMSOIL, and Fueler Petroleum. Hey. Up next is the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros for another 20-lap feature for their 13 drivers tonight. On the pole will be Daniel Robinson from Benton, Illinois, in the number 10. Clayton Apple from Oakland, Illinois. His 63 starts alongside him on the front row. Sam Morthland from West Frankfort, Illinois, in the number 21 starts third. J.R. Carter from Charleston, Illinois, in the 456 starts fourth. Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois will round out the top 5 in his number 7F. Cameron Romack alongside him on the outside of row number 3 from Ashmore, Illinois, in his number 4R. Gavin Bean from Dana, Indiana, and starts 7th in his number 34. Seth Buell's 2X from Charleston, Illinois, starts 8th. Clay Frederick from St. Joseph, Illinois, in the number 47 starts 9th, with Parker Bupp rounding out the top 10 from Fairland, Indiana, in his number 51B. Dustin Galbraith in the number 38 from Charleston, Illinois, will start 11th. Alongside him will be Landon Beckwith from Roanoke, Illinois, in the number 9. Then Danny Hayes will round out the field in the 13th and final starting position from Charleston, Illinois, in the 211. This is going to be your Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros. We're coming to one to go right here on the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros feature. The field will get organized as they roll off turn number 4 and receive the one to go signal. Caution lights turn out around the racetrack as Daniel Robinson and Clayton Apple going to lead the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros feature field up towards the start cone over in turn number 4. They are on the gas. We are green, and they head off to turn number 1. It's going to be a great jump there for Daniel Robinson on the inside front row. He'll go through for the lead. Everybody else trying to sort it out behind him for position. J.R. Carter up into third, but here comes Sam Morthland trying to fight back to the inside as they head back off into turn number 1. Bartley on the inside of Romack as well behind them. They're 2 by 2 by 2 as they work their way through turns 1 and 2. They're coming around to complete 2 laps. Romack's going to have J.R. Carter get loose in front of him. Romack almost hits the outside wall, trying to keep it going in the right direction, and we will stay green. Romack now around the outside of Seth Buell as a caution will come out for the number 47, Clay Frederick. Looks like he may have gone for a spin over in turn number 2. Only one lap officially complete on this Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. Daniel Robinson with control when they come back to green. Clayton Apple second, J.R. Carter third, Sam Morthland fourth, Cameron Romack will round out the top 5. Race control going to work over the restart order. And it is good to go. We're going to go back to the 1 to go signal. Looks like next time by. So the top 3 will be Daniel Robinson, Clayton Apple, and Sam Morthland. Then it's Noam Bartley, J.R. Carter, the top 5. Cameron Romack, Seth Buell, Parker Bupp, Gavin Bean, Danny Hayes, the top 10. Dustin Galbraith in 11th. Landon Beckwith 12th, and finally the 47 of Clay Frederick rounding out the field in 13th. Caution lights are off around the facility as Daniel Robinson's going to bring the Cleveland Grain System non-wing micros up to the top side of the racetrack. He's diving at the restart cone. We're back green, and they head off into turn number 1. Going to be kind of a messy start from second on back, but everybody's going to keep it going in the right direction, and we'll stay green. Romack trying to power around the outside. J.R. Carter. J.R. Carter shuts the door. As they go back into turns 3 and 4, Romack's going to try to throw the slider on Carter, and that move will stick. Romack holds on to 5th for now. Buell trying to make that bottom side work, and he will take away 6th from J.R. Carter, and he's going to slide up from him right in front of J.R. Carter. Parker Bupp's going to follow Seth Buell through on the bottom now. J.R. Carter's car starting to find some pace. We got trouble on the front stretch here. Multiple cars involved. Dustin Galbraith, one of them, along with the number 9 of Landon Beckwith. Didn't quite see what happened between them. But they were right there together along with Clay Frederick at the timing line. Only one extra lap clicked off there under green. And with that, race control makes sure everybody's back into their correct restarting order. We have 2 laps complete over the 20 they need to go. They'll come back to the 1 to go signal right here. Daniel Robinson with control on yet another restart. Clayton Apple second. Sam Morthland third. Nolan Bartley fourth. Cameron Romack the top 5. Then it's Seth Buell, J.R. Carter, Parker Bupp, Gavin Bean, Danny Hayes, who are the rest of the top 10. Caution lights turn off around the facility as Daniel Robinson's going to bring this feature field up towards the top side of the racetrack. He's on the gas after the bump for Clayton Apple. We're back green on the Cleveland Grain Systems on-way micro feature off into turn number 1. Everybody goes to the top side this time. And further on back, about 8th, so have some guys going down to the bottom trying to defend their positions. That's J.R. Carter was one of them. Field stays mostly single file as it complete another lap under green. Everybody now finding their pace here on the upper groove. Daniel Robinson liking what he's seeing, pulling away from this field behind him. Second place, Gavin Bean. Third, Sam Moreland, trying to find his way up towards the front on his first start here at Coles County Speedway. Morthland now still running third, starting to close in a little bit on Clayton Apple's number 63. They come back off turn number 4. That gap less than a car length. Morthland just threw down his fastest laps. Clayton Apple slides a little bit too far there off turn number 2. 7 laps complete here on the on the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micros feature. Another miscue there from the 63 Clayton Apple, as Daniel Robinson continued to extend his lead after now over a second over Clayton Apple in this Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro field. Great battle at the tail end of the field. Everybody trying to work their way forward, trying to keep themselves with as many cars between them and the race leader as they can, as Daniel Robinson will come to the halfway point this time. Halfway for Daniel Robinson, 10 down, 10 to go. Clayton Apple still running second, now starting to find the momentum as Sam Morthland starting to fade back a little bit. Lost 3/10 on him that last lap. Blue flag now being shown to the tail end of the field as Daniel Robinson will go down to the bottom side of the racetrack trying to find some momentum to get around the tail end of this lead lap. He's going to throw the bumper on Dustin Galbraith here, trying to get by him. That blue flag being shown to Dustin again as they head back through turns 1 and 2. That's allowing the 63 of Clayton Apple to get closer to him. And Daniel Robinson will put a lap car between him and second and third behind him. Now Clayton Apple now running in second, having to cut off down to the inside, trying to keep the 21 of Sam Morthland behind him. That lap car, Dustin Galbraith trying to hold off the cars in front of him. Clay Frederick goes for a slide over turn number 4 on the front stretch. Another car goes over the berm. That's Beckwith after a little bit of contact there from Daniel Robinson. Robinson's car almost fell out of gear, it looks like, right there, and has to get a bump from Nolan Bartley, who's found his way up into second. I don't even know where Bartley came from. He just completely drove up on this top 3 and drove right by 2 of them. And now he's working or trying to get to the back bumper of Daniel Robinson. Clayton Apple and Sam Morthland still struggling to get around the 38 of Dustin Galbraith. Looks like Clayton Apple was going to say, I'm going to let Morthland go and see what you can do to get around this 38 car. And it looks like neither one of them having too much luck. Nolan Bartley really starting to reel in. The number 10 of Daniel Robinson for the feature lead. We have 18 laps complete. Nolan Bartley might just be there. The gap less than half a second. White flag waving for Daniel Robinson this time. The gap is still decreasing, but I think time's run out for Nolan Bartley. They go through turn 2 for the final time. That gap increasing for Robinson. Daniel Robinson on the high side through turns 3 and 4 for the final time, and Daniel Robinson will win the Cleveland Grain Systems on-wing micro feature. Caution will come out on the final lap. Dustin Galbraith may have been involved in an incident on that final lap. But it doesn't matter. Caution had come out after the checkered, so the race is over. Daniel Robinson, the winner of the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature. Nolan Bartley second. Sam Morthland third. Clayton Apple fourth. Cameron Romack rounded out the top 5. Then it was Seth Beal in 6th. J.R. Carter 7th. Parker Bupp 8th. Gavin Bean 9th. And the rounding out the top 10 was Danny Hayes, 1 lap down. Dustin Galbraith was 11th. And then the 2 non-finishers, Landon Beckwith out with 13 laps complete. Clay Frederick out of the race with 12 laps complete. So Daniel Robinson into victory lane for the second time this year here at Coles County Speedway. Let's give him a hand as he's climbing out of his race car. It's Daniel Robinson from Benton, Illinois, your Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature winner here at Coles County Speedway. Let's give one final round of applause for Daniel Robinson from Benton, Illinois, the Cleveland Grain Systems non-wing micro feature winner. It's his second feature win of the year here at Coles County Speedway. Up next is the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wings for another 20-lap feature. On the pole, it's the number 81 machine of Braxton Flatt from Monmouth, Illinois. Alongside him will be Noah Mell from Fairland, Indiana, in his 95M. Billy Lee from Hammond, Illinois, line up third in the 88. Mackenzie Meany alongside him on the outside of row number 2 from Terre Haute, Indiana, in the 10M. James Newton starts 5th from Farmersburg, Indiana, in his number 20. Devin Feger starts 6th in his number 40 from East Peoria, Illinois. Drake Standeland starts 7th in the 359 from Alexis, Illinois. Paul Day starts 8th from Atwood, Illinois, in his number 90. Gunnar Griffin in the 95G starts 9th from Ashland, Missouri. And Cruz Stanfield will round out the top 10 from Brownsburg, Indiana, in his number 4R. 11th will be the 70 of Zach Dowler from Laumie, Illinois. Cameron Jacobs alongside him from Chatham, Illinois, in the 55J. Audrey Cowden from Terre Haute, Indiana, in the 07C starts 13th, with Tyler Taylor alongside her in 14th in his number 25T from Danville, Illinois. And finally, rounding out the field in the 15th and final starting position, it's Luke Newton in his number 19 from Farmersburg, Indiana. This is your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. All right, it sounds like they're ready to go here for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. They'll come out onto the racetrack. Looks like we are just about ready to give the one-to-go signal here on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. One-to-go signal coming to the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Braxton Flatt and Noah Mell with control of this field as they head towards the start cone. They are on the gas. We are green on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. They head off into turn number 1. Mell doesn't get a good enough run that he wanted. They're 3 wide in the mid-pack. Everybody trying to sort it out. We have one car stranded on the berm, and the caution will come out. That car stranded is the 359 of Drake Standeland. Was started 7th, and now he will go to the tail end of the field who are being involved in an incident. So track crew will get Drake Standeland's car unbeached from the berm. And we will head for a full race restart. So Stanley drops to the tail, and with that, we should get the one to go signal this time when they come past the flag stand for attempt number 2 of the initial start on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Once again, it's Braxton Flatt and OML with control of the field as they approach the start cone over in turn number 4. They're on it. We're green on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. They head off into turn number 1. Field going to try to keep it a little bit more organized this time, not seeing any 3 wide. Taylor maybe trying to throw it 3 wide middle at his number 25 T in the mid-pack. Trouble in the back half. It's the 19. One of the Newton cars goes for a spin in turn number 4, and the caution will come out. Again, no laps officially complete. Luke Newton goes for that spin over in turn number 4 after a little bit of contact there from Tyler Taylor. I think he threw it in just a little bit too deep off that entry to turn number 3. This is going to be the final double file restart attempt, it sounds like. And then we will go to single file if they continue to not be able to start double file. One to go signal coming this time for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Caution lights turn out for the 3rd time in the initial start. Braxton Flatt and OML once again, the control cars. They head for the start cone over in turn number 4. The green flag is waving on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. They're heading off into turn number 1. And again, another just double file restart. Nobody sends it 3 wide. As let's take a look back out in front. The top 3 get single file on the high side. No one else really able to get clear. As everybody's trying to sort it out for position. A couple cars getting split 3 wide middle as they're falling back. That'd be Zach Dowler falling back outside the top 10. 2 laps complete for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. It's Braxton Flatt pulling away. Billy Lieb in 3rd, trying to chase down Noah Mell in 2nd. Side-by-side battle for 4th behind them. Devin Feger trying to get around the 10M of McKenzie, meaning he will do so going back into turn number 1. Gunnar Griffin trying to find some pace as well. Caution comes out. No, red flag coming out. One of the Newton cars, James Newton, this is number 20, goes upside down in turn number 2. And the red flag is displayed as it lands on all 4 tires. Saw James Newton having some assistance getting out of the race car, but he is out of the race car and walking, it looks like, over there in turn number 2. That's a great sign to see. The damage on that number 20 extensive. So James Newton taking the ride back to the pit area, and the same thing going for his car. Great to see him get out of the race car and walking to the Coles County Speedway safety crew. Well, that caution flag will come out in just a moment once James's car heads back to the pit area. And caution back out around the facility. 3 laps complete on this Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Wood car didn't get fired. That'd be the number 40 of Devin Feger over in turn number 1, it looks like. If he can't get fired, he'll be restarting 4th. Braxton Flatt will have control. Noah Mel 2nd. 3rd will be Billy Lieb. 4th, Devin Feger, if he can get it refired. 5th, Mackenzie Meany. 6th, Gunnar Griffin. 7th, Paul Day. 8th, Tyler Taylor. 9th, Cruz Stanfield. And at 10th, Cameron Jacobs. 11th will be Drake Stanolan. 12th, Audrey Cowden. 13th will be Luke Newton. 14th, Zach Daller. And Devin Feger does get refired. And he will tag back into 2nd. Race control is trying to get everybody into their correct restarting positions. They'll be coming to 1 to go at the flag stand right here for the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature. Again, just 3 laps complete of the 20-lap feature. Braxton Flatt's going to bring the field to the top side of the through for 2nd. Feger trying the same move in turns 1 and 2. Can't get past Mel. Mel still running the top side, not allowing that number 40 to get alongside him for 3rd. 5th will be Gunnar Griffin, holding off a hard-charging field behind him. Tyler Taylor started near the back of the field. He's found his way up to 7th. Tyler Taylor started 14th up into 6th now. If we get a late race caution with him a couple more positions up the order, could be a storyline of who can chase down Braxton Flatt. But Flatt in the lead is continuing to extend his lead over 2nd place Billy Lieb, who is now running equal lap times as they get into dirty air. Flatt going to go by the lap cars on the high side. Billy Lieb doing the same thing. Dowler got a little loose in front of Flatt there as they came off of turn number 2. 10 laps complete, 10 to go. Now 11 laps complete for Braxton Flatt, 9 laps to go. His gap 1.8 seconds as Lieb trying to find some pace. Mel starting to get backed up to the number 40 of Devin Feger. Same thing happening to Gunnar Griffin and Tyler Taylor. Taylor got to the back bumper of Griffin, but can't seem to complete the pass. Mel and Feger will split the lap car 3 wide middle, and they both get by her cleanly. Let's take a look back up at turn number 3. Braxton Flatt trying to put another lap car between himself and Billy Lieb. He's going to cut off Drake Stanolan. That puts another lap car between them, but Billy Lieb picks off another one at the exact same time. Flatt completes his 15th lap as he is now in heavy, heavy lap traffic. I don't know if Billy Lieb's got the pace to catch up to that tail end of that traffic. As time is running out on the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature, Flatt headed back off into turn 1 on the high side. Taylor did get by Gunnar Griffin as they got into traffic. Without a doubt, Tyler Taylor, the biggest mover of this race, up to inside the top 5 now for his number 25T. Big time smoke for Tyler Taylor. He is expired engine as he headed off into turn number 1, and the caution will come out. And there is quite a lot of fluid headed off into turn number 1, where Tyler Taylor's car comes to a rest. Was without a doubt one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, going from 14th to 5th before that engine expired. And man, that's got to be heartbreaking for Tyler Taylor, knowing he had one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, and that's how it's going to end. Track safety crew will be looking over the 25T of Tyler Taylor's car, making sure there is no fire underneath the hood. And he will get pushed to the infield. Braxton Flatt will have control of the field on this restart. Billy Lieb second. Noah Mell will be third. Devin Feger fourth. Gunnar Griffin now promoted inside the top 5 again. Mackenzie Meany will be 6th. Cruz Stanfill 7th. Paul Day 8th. Cameron Jacobs 9th. And Drake Stanley will be the top 10. Zach Dowler and Luke Newton will be 11th and 12th, respectively. And then Aldrich Cowden will be in 13th. That'll be the cars left on the racetrack. Race Control going to be sending this Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature field through the infield as they start work on the fluid in turns 1 and 2. Everybody got a little bit out of line as they got into that lap traffic, so now Race Control is getting this order sorted out. So track crew's still working on that fluid over in turns 1 and 2. In the meantime, Race Control still we're going over the restarting order. Handing it over to these drivers so that everybody can get back going as quick as possible once we get Taylor's car off the racetrack. Spartan Transportation is the proud sponsor of this A-Wing Classic Coles County Speedway. Spartan Transportation offers over 75 years worth of experience among their logistics specialists. Thanks to their experience, you can rest assured that your freight will always be managed safely and with the highest priority. Thank you once again to Spartan Transportation for sponsoring the A-Wing class at Coles County Speedway. Now race control going to bring this Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature field to a stop here on the front stretch. So they can do a little bit of extra work, getting that fluid worked in. And if you haven't heard, the first ever Roll King Road to the Dome Invitational is coming up here in a little bit over a month here at Coles County Speedway. The one-day show on September 28th will feature the very best super late model and modified drivers in the country, going up against some of the local track heroes from 7 of the Midwest's greatest dirt ovals. Flow Racing will have the broadcast on Sunday night, September 28th for the Roll King Road to the Dome Invitational. Make sure to be here for some must-watch racing. Race control still working over this starting order as Braxton Flat needs a little bit of assistance getting fired up, it looks like. Oh, and now smoke from underneath the hood of the 81 of Braxton Flat. He's hopping out of that race car in a hurry. And Braxton Flat's race has concluded from the lead. He led all 17 laps at this point. And that's just as frustrating as Tyler Taylor's day being over. Braxton Flat had already had 2 wins here at Coles County Speedway, both in his restrictor car. Last year, he had absolutely dominated the schedule. Ton of race wins in the restrictor class. He picked up a 5th place in his one and only start this year here in this A-Class wing car. He was looking like he wanted to get that feature win tonight, and it looked like he was going to get that feature win. And unfortunately, smoke rising from underneath the 81, and his night is done. So Flat's car will be pushed into the infield, and that's a frustrating way for Braxton Flat to end his night. So track crew still working over that spot over in turns 1 and 2 where that fluid dropped from the expired engine of Tyler Taylor's car. And after something mechanically wrong, a fire under the hood for Braxton Flats number 81, Billy Lieb will now be credited with the lead with 17 laps complete of 20. So race control has thrown the yellow black out on the speedway. And this Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Feature Field going to start working over that spot. We're going to try to get this run in as fast as possible. Big trouble zone is right there, right on the entry to turns 1 and 2. Dr. Dirt says it's good. He's in the race car tonight, that number 90 machine, and he says this racetrack is good to go. And so we will come to the 1 to go signal this time. New race leader for the first time tonight. It's the 88 of Billy Lieb. Noah Mell will be behind him, then Devin Feger, Gunnar Griffin, and Mackenzie Meany will be the top 5. Just an unfortunate break there where 2 of the top 5 cars with major mechanical issues have left the race, one of which the leader, Braxton Flatt. But now it's Billy Lieb's time to lead as he heads for the restart cone over in turn number 4 with 17 laps complete. He's on the gas early, and he gets a great jump as he heads off into turn number 1, back under green of the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Feature. He gets the field pretty spread apart here as they go through turns 1 and 2. Trouble for Griffin on the backstretch. The car falling out of gear, it seems. The car does seem to be still under power, but just for whatever reason, the car has just no pace at all. He's trying to get it down to the infield. White flag will come this time to Billy Lieb with a decent-sized advantage as he rolls back through turns 1 and 2 on the high side. It's 1 second advantage for Lieb. He rolls back through turns 3 and 4 for the final time, and Billy Lieb's going to win the Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing Feature. Billy Lieb definitely was probably not thinking he was going to win this one after seeing that number 87 or 81, a Braxton Flatt, pull away from him early on. But mechanical issues will lead to Billy Lieb finding himself in victory lane here at Coles County Speedway tonight. Noah Mel finished second, Devin Feger third, Mackenzie Meany fourth, Paul Day fifth. Cruz Stanfield finished sixth, Jake Standaland seventh, Zach Dowler eighth, Cameron Jacobs ninth, Luke Newton 10th. Audrey Cowden 11th, Gunnar Griffin 12th. And then the non-finishers included, along with Gunnar Griffin, Braxton Flatt, Tyler Taylor, and James Newton. So Billy Lieb into victory lane for the first time this year. His last win coming on September 14th of last year here at Coles County Speedway. And here he is climbing out of the race car. Let's give a big round of applause to Billy Lieb from Hammond, Illinois, your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature winner. Billy Lieb's sponsors include Lieb Farms, Bandit Shocks, Dobson Automotives, and Pocket Creek Ranch. Let's give one more round of applause to Billy Lieb from Hamlet, Illinois, your Spartan Transportation A-Class Wing feature winner tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Still 3 features left to run. Up next, going to be the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micros, another 20-lap feature. Natalie Hubbard from Benton, Illinois will start on the inside of row number 1 in her number 53. Alongside her will be Riker Tubes from Alexis, Illinois, in the number 21. Ezra Green will start third from Brownsburg, Indiana, in his 57G. Fourth will be Kinzer Holloway from Paris, Illinois, in his number 79H. Landon Miner in the number 36 from House Springs, Missouri will start fifth, with Lydia May alongside him in her 71M from Terre Haute, Indiana. Mackenzie Dowler from Springfield, Illinois in the 1K starts 7th. Jackson Burks from Johnston City, Illinois in the number 42 starts 8th. Grayson Graham in the number 49 from Bunker Hill, Illinois starts 9th, with J.C. Stanridge from Springfield, Illinois rounding out the top 10 in car number 10. Colton Vogel from Buffalo, Illinois will start 11th in his number 14V. Dalton Clary alongside him in the 22D from Marine, Illinois. And finally, Riley Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois in the 11R will round out the field in the 13th and final starting position. That's been your Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Feature Field. The Dirty Right Rear Podcast is the sponsor of this restricted micro class here at Coles County Speedway. The Dirty Right Rear Podcast is Southeast Missouri's dirt track podcast that focuses on dirt track racing in the Midwest, hosted by Jeremy Sutton and Jeremy Boyer. Many weekly Coles County Speedway drivers have already been on the show as they chase a track championship. Make sure you tune in to the Dirty Right Rear Podcast weekly for amazing Midwest micro sprint content. And it should be just a moment for the dirty right rear restricted micros to get the command to roll out onto the racetrack. And here they come onto the racetrack are the dirty right rear restricted micros. Race control making sure everybody's into their correct starting positions, and it looks like they are. So the 1-to-go signal is going to come to the field as they work their way off of turn number 4. One-to-go signal has been given to this dirty right rear restricted micro feature field. The caution lights turn off around the racetrack. And it will be a front row of Natalie Hubbard and Riker Toops as they approach the start cone over in turn number 4. They're waiting on it. They are on the gas. We are green on the dirty right rear restricted micro feature. They head off into turn number 1. Hubbard with the advantage. Green going to try to go by Holloway up and over in turn number 2 after some heavy contact. Red flag displayed on the speedway once again. Kinzer Holloway kind of in the wrong place, wrong time for his number 79H. Ends with him on his side in turn number 2. So race control will get Kinzer Holloway's car up on the hook. Of course, with no laps officially complete, this will be a complete race restart. See Kinzer Holloway there helping out the safety crew get his car up on the hook. Just the unfortunate end to his night. He's top of 3. Riker Toops and Ezra Green below him made a little bit of contact, got up the hill, and ended up with Holloway getting the worst of it. Caution lights back out on the racetrack as Holloway's car will make the trip back through the infield. So as I mentioned, no laps complete, so heading for a double file restart. Still have all 20 laps to go for the dirty right rear restricted micros. And with that, they'll get the Wendigo signal coming to the flag stand right here off turn number 4. It's once again Natalie Hubbard and Riker Toops, the front row. Row 2 being made up of Ezra Green, Kinzer Holloway, who is not in the race anymore. So the outside of row number 2 will be made up of Lydia May. So Natalie Hubbard and Riker Toops going to bring the dirty right rear restricted micros to the start cone. They are at it. They're on the gas. We are green on the dirty right rear restricted micro feature. Headed off into turn number 1. Toops tries to cross over Hubbard as they head through turns 1 and 2. A little bit of contact at the tail end of the pack as Lydia May's car out of power. Multiple cars involved in this one. JC Standridge gets turned sideways as Dalton Clary had nowhere to go as well. And the caution will come back out. Lydia May's car comes to a stop on the exit of turn number 4. And again, our flagman John Shipman relaying to race control. This will be the final double file restart. After this, they'll go back to single file. So track crew still working on getting JC Standridge's car and Dalton Clary's car untangled. Looks like they just about completed that. They will tag back on in at the tail end of the field as Lydia May's car heads back to the pit area. So this dirty right rear restricted micro feature field being instructed to get back double file for this restart. Will be the last double file initial start attempt. Still no laps complete. Sounds like they are ready to get going. The one to go signal coming this time. Caution lights will turn off around the racetrack for the third double file initial start attempt. Natalie Hubbard and Riker Toops once again with control of this dirty right rear restricted micro feature. They're going to head for the start cone over in turn number 4. Our field going to try to keep it a little bit more organized this time. We're back under green on the dirty right rear restricted micro feature. Headed off into turn number 1. Ezra Green gets sideways through turns 1 and 2. He heads up over the berm. They'll be 4 wide as they come off turn number 2. They get it narrowed down to 2 by the time they get back into turns 3 and 4. And we will complete 1 lap. So the next restart going to be single file for these dirty right rear restricted micros. Out in front, Natalie Hubbard trying to pull away from Riker Toops as they work their way off turn number 4. Grayson Graham working to the inside of Landon Miner. That's for the 5th position. Landon Miner is going to hold on to that spot around the outside. Hubbard starting to pull away, about 4/10 the gap to Riker Toops. Off 4, everybody trying to keep it mostly single file. Miner the only one up on the high side. J.C. Stanridge trying to hold off Landon Miner as Miner is going to power around the outside of J.C. Stanridge. He's going to try to pick off Jackson Burks as well. Burks is going to slide up in front of Miner as they come off turn number 4, but Landon Miner's pace a little bit too much. We have one car upside down in turn number 4. That's Ezra Green, it looks like. The red flag has been displayed. Safety crew getting down to Ezra Green's car quickly. And they will assess the damage on the 57G. Yeah, that is significant damage to the top wing. I would imagine Ezra Green's going to elect not to continue. So Ezra Green's car back to the pit area, and with that, the caution flag will come back out. 4 laps complete of the 20-lap feature. And with that, we're headed for our first single file restart of the night for these dirty right rear restricted micros. Natalie Hubbard's number 53 will lead us back to green. Behind her, the 21 of Riker Choops. The 42 of Jackson Burks will be the top 3. 4th will be Landon Miner, it looks like. And 5th will be the 49 of Grayson Graham. Race control going over this restarting order, making sure everybody gets back into their correct restarting positions. Yeah, that's what I was seeing on timing and scoring, but it was just waiting for race control to make sure that was correct. So J.C. Stanridge will restart at 4th in her number 10. And then Landon Miner's number 36 is the top 5. Grayson Graham, Mackenzie Dowler will be 6th and 7th, respectively. Or excuse me, move Dalton Clary up there in front of Mackenzie Dowler. Then Colton Vogel and Riley Bonowitz will be the other 2 cars at the tail end of the field. With that, caution lights will go out around the racetrack with 4 laps complete. Natalie Hubbard, you're going to bring this dirty right rear restricted micro feature field up towards the top side of the racetrack. She's on the gas. We're back green on the dirty right rear restricted micro feature. A little bit of contact at the tail end of the pack as everybody tries to navigate through turns 3 and 4 for the first time back under green. Landon Miner trying to hold off Grayson Graham and J.C. Stanridge is just able to hold them both off that initial restart. And it will be the 53 of Natalie Hubbard getting away from this field behind her. Riker Tubes in second. See what he can find underneath the hood and see if he can find some pace to catch that pink number 53 as they head back through turns 1 and 2 with 6 laps complete. The gap now 8/10. Hubbard about 3/10 faster than the field right now. Landon Miner's running equal times to her on the high side, but he's got 2 cars to go by if he wants a chance to fight for this feature win. He's going to power around Jackson Burks on the outside. Don't think Burks saw that one coming. That high side seems to be the way to go. It's starting to come in now really good, especially for these restrictor cars. Typically, they stay right down there on the bottom of the racetrack, but now these guys starting to work their way up the hill. The front 2 still on the bottom of the racetrack, then the 3 behind them up high. Mackenzie Dowler back down to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to work around the 49 of Grayson Graham. That's for the top 5. They'll work their way back into turns 3 and 4. Graham's car just not as good on the high side as these cars in front of him. He's going to work back down to the bottom and shut that move off for Mackenzie Dowler. Halfway for Natalie Hubbard. 11 laps complete. Mackenzie Dowler didn't get a good opportunity there to get around Grayson Graham. Now she'll start falling back a little bit, back towards Colton Vogel, who'll see if he can take an opportunity to take that 6th spot away. Instead, it'll be J.C. Stanridge getting to the inside of Colton Vogel. 13 laps complete for Natalie Hubbard at the stripe. Hubbard now getting up into lap traffic. But she's got herself about a 1.5 second advantage, and she just threw down her fastest lap of the race. Jackson Burks is starting to back up to Grayson Graham a little bit, as Grayson Graham's actually going forward, trying to make his way into the side, the top 4. As the top 3 have now equalized in lap times, it looks like, as they approach the lap car, Riley Bonowitz. Bonowitz will go to the top and let Hubbard by. That puts a lap car between the 2 leaders. Still Mackenzie Dowler holding on to her position in 6th. Jackson Burke still trying to hold on to 4th, but he won't be able to do it. Grayson Graham goes by and through turns 1 and 2. And it will be Grayson Graham on the point into 4th. Coming to 18 laps complete as Dalton Cleary slides into the infield. His race will be over. Another fastest lap for the 53 and Natalie Hubbard, continuing to extend that 1.5 second or 1.25 second lead as they come to the white flag. Hubbard off into turn number 1 for the final time. She's off of turn number 2. Into turns 3 and 4, she is all clear by almost 1.5 seconds. It's Natalie Hubbard taking the win here on the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Feature. Natalie Hubbard the winner, Riker Toop 2nd, Landon Miner 3rd, Grayson Graham 4th, Jackson Burks 5th. J.C. Stanridge 6th, Mackenzie Dowler 7th, Colton Vogel 8th, Riley Bonowitz was 9th, Ezra Green was the first non-finisher in 10th, then Kinzer Halloway, Lydia May also joined him, along with Dalton Clary. So this is Natalie Hubbard's 2nd win at Coles County Speedway. And it is also her 2nd win of the year here at Coles County Speedway. Last win coming on June 21st. Here she is climbing out of her car. Let's give a big round of applause to Natalie Hubbard from Benton, Illinois, your Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Feature winner tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Natalie Hubbard's sponsors include Benton Super Lube, JB Modified, Shaw Stickers, Momentum Racing Suspensions, Follow Your Dreams Racing, Odom Specialties, and Shaw Motorsports. One final congratulations there to Natalie Hubbard from Benton, Illinois for winning the Dirty Right Rear Restricted Micro Feature. Up next, it'll be the Outlaw Wings. Only 5 of them tonight. Tracy Henson from DeSoto, Missouri's number 10J will start us off on the pole. Clay Frederick alongside him from St. Joseph, Illinois, his number 47. Brendan Healy will start third in the 00 from Marshall, Illinois. Fourth will be Nolan Bartley from Hammond, Illinois in the 14B. Then running up the field in the 5th and final starting position, it's Sam Morthland from West Frankfort, Illinois in the number 21. This is your Outlaw Wing feature field tonight here at Coles County Speedway. So the last micro feature of the night making their way out onto the racetrack. After this feature, we've got the mod lights up next. Looks like they'll be coming to one to go next time by for this Outlaw Wing feature. On the pole is a driver who hasn't made a start here before, is Tracy Henson. Alongside him, a lot of drivers who have made starts here before, especially in this car. Another first-time driver here is Sam Morthland at the tail of the field. But Clay Frederick, Brendan Healy, and Nolan Bartley, all multi-time starters here at Coles County Speedway in various cars. But going off into turn number 3, it's Tracy Henson and Clay Frederick with control of the field as they approach the start cone over in turn number 4. They're on the gas. We're green on the Outlaw Wing feature. Going to be a good jump there for the 47 of Clay Frederick. Going to try to power around the outside, and he does to the lead. They're going to be 3 wide for third as they head off into turn number 3. Everybody sorts it back down, just about to double file, and Nolan Bartley gets the worst of it, and he drops all the way back to 5th. So with 1 lap complete, it's Clay Frederick on the point, Tracy Henson second. That battle for third, almost side by side. Healy takes the advantage for now. 4th is Nolan Bartley. 5th is Sam Morthland. Clay Frederick's trying to get away now from this Outlaw Wing field behind him. Everybody going to the top side. He goes to the bottom that time. Tracy Henson's going to stay up at the top side as Brendan Healy will join back down now to that bottom groove. Huge slider there from Sam Morthland trying to take that 4th spot away from Nolan Bartley. I think he just about will be able to as they come off turn number 2, and he is clear by the time they get through turns 3 and 4. Oh, trouble, turn number 4. Nolan Bartley hits a rut of or looked like he hit a rut. And he is able to keep it going, headed in the right direction, so we'll stay green, but he is going to fall 3 seconds behind the field, if not more. Clay Frederick still on the point and still throwing down, improving his lap times. And that number 47 machine down on the bottom side of the racetrack, Tracy Henson joined him down there in turns 3 and 4, but going back to the top side, there's just not, the momentum isn't going the way of the field right now as Clay Frederick still trying to get away. He's holding that gap steady at about 0.8 of a second. Henson just not able to just close the gap any closer than 0.8 at the moment. Healy running that top side as well, doesn't have anything for the race leader. Morthland starting to come forward on Brendan Healy. He's got his gap down to less than half a second for the last spot on the podium. 10 laps complete, 10 to go for the Outlaw Wing feature as Morthland gets to the back bumper of Healy now into that dirty air that's generated from the back bumper of the number 00. They head back over to turns 1 and 2. Healy goes down to the bottom. That might be a mistake here as Morthland's going to get a huge run on the high side into turns 3 and 4. Going to try to cross him up as they head off into turn number 1 this time. No, he'll stay up high. Both of them staying in their respective lanes. Healy, don't think he knows he's there. And a little bit of contact was made for that 3rd position. Sam Morthland now going to have to try to settle back in line to try to take that 3rd spot away. Still Clay Frederick out in front as smoke underneath the 14B, and that is the 3rd or 4th engine of the day we've seen expire. Nolan Bartley was running 5.7 seconds back. His last lap time was in the 12-second range, so something was amiss for a while there. On Bartley's car, as smoke pours out from the engine. And once again, there's a big trail of fluid all the way through turns 1 and 2. Only 13 laps complete on this Outlaw Wing feature. So it looks like Nolan Bartley is staying in his car for the time being. His track crew took a good look at Nolan Bartley's car, and it does look like, although there's still a little bit of smoke, there may be no fire for Nolan Bartley, and he will head up on the hook. And his track crew are going to have to throw some extra work on turns 1 and 2 before we go back to green on this Outlaw Wing feature. Looks like they may just try to work this line in with the track vehicles rather than throw some dirt on it. And with that, they also pick up some debris they found over in turn number 1, most likely off of the Nolan Bartley car, which is currently in the infield. So on the restart, it'll be Clay Frederick on the point, Tracy Hinson behind him, then Brendan Healy and Sam Morthland. Fluid still coming out from underneath the 14B, and Nolan Bartley can see a puddle of fluid of some sort down there in the infield. And it looks like drug a little bit as he went back to the pit area. Track crew really trying to work this spot in through turns 1 and 2. Now they'll get the drivers to do it as well. Already looking pretty promising down there in turns 1 and 2, I will admit. Fluid doesn't look as bad as it did a few laps ago. So hopefully it shouldn't be too long before they get this fluid run in. They've got one other concern spot, it looks like, right about where Nolan Bartley's car came to a stop. Drivers seem like it's pretty good, at least as they try to spin their tires on the fluid. And with that, they'll go to the one to go signal this time. Just a short little break in the action as they work that fluid spot in. But expect everybody to go to the top side here off this restart. 13 laps complete of the 20-lap feature for the Outlaw Wings. Clay Frederick, Tracy Hinson, Brendan Healy, Sam Morthland, the remaining cars on the racetrack. Frederick will bring them to the top side, and he'll stay on the top side as he go past the restart cone, and we are back underway on the Outlaw Wing feature. Brendan Healy going top side, trying to get around the 10J of Tracy Hinson. Same deal there for Morthland, also going to the high side. Maybe a little bit of contact as they came off turn number 4. Now Healy throws the slider on Hinson. Hinson gets him back with the momentum off the high side. This is just going to allow Clay Frederick to get further away from these guys, and now they're side by side back into turn number 1. This slider might stick for Brendan Healy this time as he slides up in front of Hinson. Hinson back to the bottom. Into turns 3 and 4. He's going to try to slide up in front of Healy, and he will. He's still holding on to that second spot for now. Now Henson rolling the top side through turns 1 and 2. Brendan Healy just could not get the slider to stick down there in turns 1 and 2. He's going to throw it again in 3 and 4, but just cannot get the move to stick at all as Brendan Healy is going to be a real optimistic slider right here into turn number 1. And he's going to stay close as now they'll both go to the bottom. That wasn't something Healy was expecting. And Henson going to lose the position, it looks like. He's going to try to back up the exit of this corner, but Healy does the same thing on the bottom. Henson to the inside of turn number 3 for second as the white flag waves for Clay Frederick out in front. Henson takes back second for now. Here on the final lap. Clay Frederick off turn number 4 is going to win the Outlaw Wing feature in dominating fashion. Off turn 4, that battle for second's going to go to Tracy Henson. So Clay Frederick, the winner here in the Outlaw Wing class. Tracy Henson just about able to take that second spot. Brendan Healy tried to steal it, just couldn't quite get it. He'll settle for a third. Sam Morthland will finish in fourth. Nolan Bartley was the only car out of that race, completed only 13 laps as his engine expired. And he is out of the race 6 laps down. So this is Clay Frederick's first win of the year here at Coles County Speedway. His previous best finishes was a pair of thirds, one in this Outlaw Wing car and the other one in his non-wing car. And here he is climbing out of the car. Let's give a big round of applause to Clay Frederick, your Outlaw Wing feature winner here tonight at Coles County Speedway. One last congratulations to Clay Frederick for winning the Outlaw Wing feature. Up next is the final feature of the night for the Mod Lights. They've got another 20-lap feature for them. 12 Mod Lights entered tonight. Matthew Filkins from West Frankfort, Illinois, will start on the pole on his number 7 machine. Alongside him will be Brendan Freeberg from Metamora, Illinois, in the 171. In third, in car number 8 from Festus, Missouri, it's Dylan Nazier. Alongside him, starting fourth, will be Jeff Herzog from Festus, Missouri, in the number 2. Danny Jolly from Christopher, Illinois, the U2 starts 5th, with J.R. Weltermuth from Windsor, Illinois, in the 93J starting 6th. Corey Stevenson from Marion, Illinois, will start 7th in the number 5. Bill Asbury from DeCoin, Illinois, in his number 44, he'll start 8th. Ralph Halloran from Murkytown, Illinois, the number 46, will start 9th, with Jimmy Arthur from Mitchell, Indiana, rounding out the top 10 in car number 15. Then on the final row, it's Josh Bonowitz from Oakland, Illinois, in the 2D, and Dustin Wiltermuth from Windsor, Illinois, in his 7W. They will start 11th and 12th, respectively, in the Mod Light feature, coming up in just a moment. So the Mod Lights will get the command to come on to the racetrack. And race control has given them the command, and here they come. They will likely take 2 pace laps as they get all sorted out into their starting positions. Once they get the green, they've shown phenomenal racing here time and time again. The question is, will anyone have anything for Matthew Filkins? Went from last to first in his heat race earlier tonight. His previous finishes here at Coles County Speedway, he finished 3rd this year. He finished 3rd last year on August 3rd, and on August 16th, he had his worst finish ever, or August 17th last year, he had his worst finish ever here at Coles County Speedway, which was a 16th. They'll get the one to go signal this time as they work their way down the backstretch and into turns 3 and 4. On the outside of the front row, you've got a driver who's finished 1st and 2nd so far this year. Very talented Mod Light field here at Coles County Speedway tonight as they come to the one to go signal this time. Caution lights turn off around the racetrack for the first time on this Mod Light feature and hopefully the last time. Matt Filkins and Brendan Freeberg will bring them to the start cone. We are on the gas. We are green on the Mod Light feature. They head off into turn number 1. Freeberg doesn't get a good jump as Filkins is clear by the time they go through turns 1 and 2. One car up over the berm. This will bring a caution as he's headed the wrong direction. It's the 46 machine of Ralph Halloran. So this is the first caution of the race. And so since we didn't complete a lap again, this will go to another double file restart. So Halloran will drop back to the final row. And with that, the one to go signal will come back to the Mod Lights as they work their way off turn 4 again. Caution lights extinguished as the Mod Light feature field will work their way towards turn number 3. They'll work their way through turn 3 to the start cone at turn number 4. It's Matt Filkins and Brendan Freeberg once again the front row. They're on the gas. We are green on the Mod Light feature. They head off into turn number 1. Brendan Freeberg, much better jump on the start this time. He's going to try to power around Filkins on the outside. They'll stay side by side for the lead as they work through turns 3 and 4 for the first time. Still side by side. Lap number 1 will go to Brendan Freeberg. Matt Filkins going to settle in line, try to find some pace underneath the hood of that 07 machine. Brendan Freeberg's car seemingly coming alive here after his heat races. He had the fastest car in hot laps tonight, and that pace is showing once again about 0.4 of a second faster than second place, Matt Filkins. As Filkins going to try to chase him back down, just the pace isn't there. J.R. Wiltermude going around the outside of Danny Jolly for it looks like the 5th position as Danny Jolly trying not to fall back any further. They started side by side and they've stayed side by side, looks like for the majority of this race so far. Coming to 5 laps complete is Brendan Freeberg. Matt Filkins still second, 3rd is Jeff Herzog. And we've got a 3-car battle for 4th. Right now, the 8-car of Dylan Nazier holding on to that position for now. J.R. Wiltermude running 5th, 6th Danny Jolly. Those two still side by side. And J.R. Wiltermude was not expecting Danny Jolly to be there on the exit of the corner. He tried to cut down, and he lost some time that he didn't want to give up right there on the entry to turns 3 and 4. Now he'll get a little bit too high, and he might have to settle in line for now. No, he's still going to use that high side momentum to stay alongside Danny Jolly. As Brendan Freeberg starting to approach the lap traffic at the tail end of the field, his gap 2.5 seconds back to second place, Matt Filkins. Nazier still holding on to that fourth position for now, but J.R. Wilterman and Danny Jolly super equal with him as Jimmy Arthur's car falling out of gear over in turn number 1. This will likely bring a caution, and it does. And Jimmy Arthur's car will bounce through turn 2. See if he's going to make the left-hand turn into the infield. If he can, he waits for everybody to go by, and now he will. So Jimmy Arthur was 1 lap down, running in 11th. Dustin Wiltermude did not come out onto the racetrack for the feature. His car did go for a flippin' heat races early on tonight. 1 to go signal coming to the Mod Light feature once again. 8 laps complete of the 20-lap feature. Brendan Freeberg will have control in his 171. The number 7 of Matt Filkins will start in second. Jeff Herzog third. Dylan Nazier fourth. J.R. Wiltermude fifth. Danny Jolly sixth. Corey Stevenson seventh. Joe Bonowitz eighth. Bill Ashbury ninth. And Ralph Halloran will be in 10th. Brendan Freeberg going to go to the top side this time for the Mod Light restart. He's on the gas early. We are back green on the Mod Light feature. Everybody trying to get it organized. Josh Bonowitz got to the inside of Corey Stephenson right off the initial jump. It's a good jump for him, but doesn't quite able to complete the move as Corey Stephenson goes back by and reclaims his restarting position. Danny Jolly now trying to get to the inside of J.R. Wiltermude. They'll quickly resume that battle after they went under caution. We're coming to the halfway point this time for Brendan Freeberg. 10 laps complete for Brendan. He's got 10 more times around. Dylan Nazier keeping it right down on the bottom of the racetrack in his number 8 machine. J.R. Wiltermude up top, trying to make something happen. It's J.R. Wiltermude clobbers the outside wall here on the front stretch, and the caution will come out. He'd been really trying to reel that car in, help here off the high side off turn number 4, and finally just ran out of room. He was playing that game of inches in that number 93J and just about clipped the right rear tire on the outside wall. And with that, J.R. Wiltermude's night is over, as there is significant damage to the rear end of the 93J. So unfortunately for the Wiltermudes, both cars headed back home with significant damage. As I mentioned earlier, Dustin Wiltermude went upside down in his heat race, and now J.R. Wiltermude almost joined him. They're making heavy contact with the outside wall. Brendan Freeberg's cars come to a stop on the middle of the backstretch. He appears to be trying to recycle the car, it looks like. As track crew will tend to the 93J, get it up on the hook and off the racing surface. They're going to go look at what's wrong with Brendan Freeberg's car. And he does able to get it refired as the track crew gets to him. And he will reclaim his lead of this Mod Light feature. Track crew is looking at a spot down there in turn 2. Looks to be a chain of some sort. Maybe that's why Freeberg stopped. He was just showing the track crew some debris on the racetrack. May have been off Danny Jolly's car as Danny Jolly comes to a stop. Our track photographer, SRL Media and Designs, checking it out. The U2 of Danny Jolly. He pulls it into the infield. I would imagine this is to catch back up to the tail of the pack, and it is. So track crew still working on getting J.R. Wiltermude's car up and on the hook. He'll be the second car to be a non-finisher in this race. He'll be credited with a 10th place. Jimmy Arthur, the first one out, after something went amiss, and his car came to a stop as well. If you take a look over in turn number 2, you might see that drone flying. That is being flown by Vertical Vantage. He's been out here at the racetrack a couple times this year, out here at the racetrack once again. Getting us some amazing drone footage to use. Thank you to him as well. Track crew still working on getting J.R. Carter's car up on the hook. Seem like they're having trouble getting the rear end hooked up, as significant damage to that rear end might make it a little bit tougher than usual to get the car hooked up. So it looks like we'll still have 10 laps to go here on the Mod Light feature when they come back to green. Brendan Freeberg will have control. Matt Filkins in second. Jeff Herzog third. Dylan Nazier fourth. J.R. Welterman out of this race. He would have restarted fifth, so we'll go to Danny Jolly. Corey Stevenson will be sixth. Josh Bonowitz seventh. Eighth will go to Bill Asbury, and ninth will go to Ralph Halloran. So track crew will finally get the 93J up on the hook, and it heads back to the pit area. A fortunate ending to the night for J.R. Wiltermood. Track crew are going to have them work their way back through the infield once again as they're picking up debris from the J.R. Wiltermood car where it came to a stop. A couple of the guys further back got the message a little bit earlier. So they pulled down into the first entrance to the infield. So it looks like track crew has completed the necessary maintenance over in turn number 1, so we should get back going underway here in just a moment. Our flagman, John Shipman, giving the drivers instructions for the first time they come back through turns 1 and 2. And I want to give a quick happy birthday shout out to one of our drivers. It's Riley Bonowitz. I'd like to wish her a very happy birthday today. Spent her birthday here at the racetrack with us. She drives in the dirty right rear restricted micro class. We want to wish her a very happy birthday today. So should be no more than just a couple more laps as our corner workers have started to make their way back to their positions. And with that, I think they'll be going to the 1-to-go signal this time. Yes, we will. Once again, Brendan Freeberg on the point. Matt Filkins second. Jeff Herzog third. Dylan Nazier fourth. J.R. Wiltermood would have been fifth. That'll go to Danny Jolly now. Corey Stevenson will be sixth. Josh Bonowitz seventh. Bill Asbury eighth. And Ralph Halloran in ninth. Caution lights turn off for the Mod Light feature at the halfway point. 10 laps complete, 10 to go. For Brendan Freeberg as he goes to the top side. at the restart cone. He dives at it, and we are back green on the Mod Light feature. Josh Bonowitz will get ahead of Corey Stevenson this time as they go through turn 1 for the first time. It'll be a good battle for second off turn number 2. It'll be Jeff Herzog trying to get to the inside of Matt Filkins. Filkins going to try to go to the top side, trying to power back around using that high side momentum. Didn't get a good run through turns 3 and 4, but gets a pretty decent run through turns 1 and 2. Just stalls out right as it gets to turn 3. Can't quite clear Jeff Herzog, as Herzog was ahead that last lap. Now Filkins takes back the second position officially. Dylan Nazier holding off Danny Jolly there for the 4th position as well. Josh Bonowitz, after getting past Corey Stevenson, hanging on to his 6th spot. Matt Filkins to the high side is finally trying to put some time down on 3rd place, Jeff Herzog, as Brendan Freeberg now has himself a 2.5 second advantage as they come around to complete their 5th lap back under green. Herzog back to the inside of Filkins through turns 3 and 4 at the line. I believe Filkins was just barely ahead by 8 thousandths. 5 to go. Well, it will be 4 to go for Brendan Freeberg. Filkins finally not having that high side momentum work out for him in turns 3 and 4. It'll go even better in turns 1 and 2, though, as Herzog was ahead that last lap. See if it'll be the same story again on this lap. Not quite. Filkins goes back to 2nd. Off turn 4, Brendan Freeberg with a 4-second advantage. Complete his 18th lap. Still that great battle for 2nd as they come off turn number 4. But coming to the white flag, it's the 171, Brendan Freeberg. Into turn 1 for the final time is Freeberg. No trouble out behind him, no caution necessary. As they come through turns 3 and 4, Brendan Freeberg going to win the Mod Light feature tonight here at Coles County Speedway. That battle for 2nd will go all the way to the line, and it will go to Matt Filkins. That was a great battle for them, those final 10 laps, that battle for 2nd. But Brendan Freeberg, the winner here on the Mod Light feature, he won this race by 4.6 seconds over Matt Filkins, who finished 2nd, Jeff Herzog 3rd, Dylan Nazier 4th, Danny Jolly 5th, Corey Stevenson finished 6th, Josh Bonowitz 7th, Bill Ashbury 8th, Ralph Halloran was the last finisher in 9th. J.R. Wiltsmead was out of the race at the end of lap 10 at his incident on the front stretch. Jimmy Arthur also out of the race after he completed 7 laps. He finished 11th. And Dustin Wiltsmead didn't make it out onto the racetrack. Brendan Freeberg getting all of his equipment off before he gets out of the race car. And here he is, Brendan Freeberg, climbing out of his number 171. Let's give a big round of applause to Brendan Freeberg from Metamora, Illinois, your Mod Light feature winner tonight here at Coles County Speedway. Brendan's sponsors include Freeberg Racing Components, Weekend Performance, Sidewinder Chassis, Skewart Inn, Tasword Creative Works, Allen Automotive, LogoWare LLC, and Fat Stacks by Mixie Cox. Once again, another congratulations to Brendan Freeberg from Metamora, Illinois, the Mod Light feature winner tonight here at Coles County Speedway. And with this feature concluded, that will end racing action tonight here at Coles County Speedway. We hope you enjoyed it, whether you're watching us here at the racetrack or at home, and we hope to see you again next week here at Coles County Speedway.